It's never outnumbered.
Okay, hello. Uh, let's do some admin straight away. My dropper bottles arrived, and just in time too, because I picked up a few of these GW shades and GW paints, and I don't want to run into the same issues as last time, where the bottles were basically fighting me the entire time. That was not very good. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to shove these into the dropper bottles, and I got a pack of these funnels, right, and these ball bearings. So I'm going to load these up first before I do anything. I'm kind of surprised that the delivery person did a Sunday delivery, but it works out. Oh, and also last night where's my models? I did prime my models up last night, so I don't have to do it on stream this time. So hopefully today I just add some of the base layers on, and I will flash this with, where's the paint? I'll make them as white as possible with some white scar. And I know this is a bit terrible, but I'm gonna make this all the white stand out first, and then I'll try to do the shading. Once I get this open, and so, what I'm going to do is do the Lamian first. I think that's the simplest one. And I'm going to open this up. I don't think I need to drop any ball bearings on this one. So I'm just going to open this up. You see, the bottle's kind of fighting me already. Right. And that's the thing I really don't like. I can sort of not mind the drying up and all that, but having the bottle just snap shut on you makes it just pretty much unusable. So I'm just going to pour this in like so. And this will save me a lot of trouble in the future, and I'll be very careful not to tip. Obviously I should check if the bottles are clean first. It doesn't even have any smell, so it should be fine. And this funnel could be reused, but generally you want to get rid of the funnel. These are disposable. And I'll put a cap on this. And then I'll just put this over, and it should be fine. Yeah. And when I open it, it'll snap open, and yeah, voila. It works quite well. So that's the first one. And this will just prevent any potential stream mishaps as well. And for the second one, I'm going to do the Soul Blight Gray. And it's got a bit of sediment underneath, so I'm going to put in some ball bearings first. Open this up. Just put in a few ball bearings. It's fine. These are smaller ball bearings, so if you have larger ones, just pop in 1 or 2 will be enough. They're the wrong sized ones. And give it a good shake. You want everything underneath to just come off. Because you don't want anything to be stuck at the bottom. You want all of it. And this is coming loose, so So I'll start putting the funnel into this, and I'll just do the same thing. Could be a bit more careful with this one. I'm going to shake the rest of it loose. Give it a good shake, get the sediments out. And then they'll go straight up. And as you can see, it's pretty much empty. I got all the sediments out. And if you want to be really tidy with this, you might keep... Hey, there's still some ball bearings down there. Let me try and get it out. Yep, there we go. And it's pretty much empty now, so I can throw this away. And I will not need this funnel as well, so I can just chuck this away as well. Grab a rubbish bag. Probably best to have a rubbish bag next to me so I'm not walking around the room with, you know, paint dripping out of my funnels. So these two done. Next I will go for non-oil. Non-oil is always needed. Non-oil is always good. Not going down for some reason. Yeah. Ooh. Got some on my fingers. That's it. Clean up a bit of the mess as well. Non-oil spillage. very traditional Warhammer ritual, I can say. Throw a cap on this. Yeah, fine. Yeah, so this should prevent any major spillage in the future. So that's good. The next ones that I want to do would be the contrast paints. So Black Templar would be going in next. To wipe off my painting surfaces. You really want to hit the center just to minimize waste. And I'm getting the last few drops in. Give it a good tap. Yeah, there we go. That's about it. And I'll drop some beads down there as well. Ooh, put some paint on my hand. And the beads will pretty much let me know that this is Black Templar and it's not non-oil. Later on, I won't need to mark it. Some people would put their labels on there, but I'll just mark it with a marker. It's much easier. So inside you can hear the metal beads. Yep. And if I'm doing this very ideally, I'll put in some airflow airbrush thinner in there as well, just to keep things a little bit more runny. So it's kind of how should I say, pre-thinned. But for now, it's okay. And the next one would be Flesh Tourist Red. Now I'll do Apothecary White first, because I opened that already. Flesh Tourist Red is new, so not too much of a priority there yet. Getting the last of the paint. Ooh. All the empty paint bottles just flipped off on me. That's the danger of it. That's why no one really likes GW bottles. It doesn't really function properly. Yeah. And now I'm going to take the dropper bottle out and put it in the trash bag that's right next to me. You will lose like a tiny bit of paint, but you're not going to lose as much paint as like using a GW bottle. Like GW bottle will just be constantly draining paint from you just due to its design. So you'd rather do this, lose a little bit of paint now, and then like never lose paint ever again. So ideally I will mark this out, but like put a sticker on there, but I'll just mark this out with a marker. It's easier that way. Let's see. Other paints. No, that's it for now. I think. Oh, egg racks. Yeah, I didn't put in egg racks. So egg racks is one that I might need to mark out because it looks a bit similar to nano oil. And I opened this yesterday, so I might as well do this now. Because I don't want any more paint to evaporate from the bottle. It's really simple. You just pour it on and it's done. And if you want to be really pedantic about it, just tip it like this. But you gotta be careful, don't knock anything down. And that's your egg racks. You can get these bottles on eBay, or you can get it off Temu or Amazon. Temu is the cheapest, but I'm not sure about the tariffs. Some people don't like using Temu. That's totally fine. You just grab it off eBay if that's the case. Or Amazon, really. Amazon's probably a bit quicker. That's egg racks, and this is... Where's my nano? You can kind of tell. I'm not sure if I need to mark it. One's a lot darker, one's a lot browner. Now, egg racks and sepia, now that might be an issue. And I do have some sepia right here. Let me get my markers. There we go. I hope this is still working. So I'll just mark down, oh well, shit. One moment. Why do I have toothpaste? I got toothpaste in my pencil case. My old pencil case. I haven't used this for a while. But I like pen. It's not very clear, but it should do the job for now. And actually, I'm not sure if I can peel off the label. And yeah, I can just do it. I used to do the hot water method with the labels, but it doesn't seem like you have to now. Oh. Yeah, there we go. I need to wash my hands. I'll be right back. Okay. Need a funnel. Don't need these right now. Put the label off first. It's so much easier to peel now. Like before, you need to put it in like hot water and all that. What's up with that? Yeah, I went on strike. There we go. There we go. Yeah, good enough. And you can see how well this one pours in. How well this one pours in because it has not been opened. And the ones that have already been opened are already a bit gunky. So this is the best way to preserve your paint, I feel. Now I got a few more to go through, but I'm not going to sit through the whole thing. I'll do it off screen. But these are the main paints that I'm going to be using today, so I'm just going to prepare them now. There. Let me check things up on YouTube. Are there any issues? Okay. Yeah. And okay, let's get to the actual stream itself. I prepped a few models yesterday, and more not Prior Blasters, more Inferno Squad Marines. And what I'm going to do is that firstly, I'm going to dry brush this with some white scar, just to make the whites a bit brighter, and then I'll fill in the base colors. And after that, after doing all of that, I will shade with diluted non-oil. And the other one I will shade with the new GW, what's it called? Soul Blight Gray. Wait, this is apothecary white. This is... Ah, well, shit. Okay, so one's apothecary white, one's all black gray. I'm pretty sure that's a soul black gray. I'm gonna label it just in case. I was not expecting Soul Blight to be... I was not expecting Soul Blight to be this similar to Apothecary Grey. So that's why I did not label it. I thought I could tell. And being a dingus, I added ball bearings to both of them. So this should be it. And I could tell because one is just a lot more dilute than the other. And this one's bubbling a little bit, which is what shade generally does. This is a lot heavier. Yeah. Wash my hands again. Alright, and now I can start dry brushing. And let's do this one first. I'll add some ball bearings to it. I'm just gonna get the excess paint off and just gonna brush over the top of it. And I want to make this as bright as I can on the base layers, just so when I do the shading, it's going to not get dulled down too much. And it's really just a very basic step. I'm not gonna stress over it too much. I'm just gonna make sure that on the raised layers there's a bit of white scar there, just to make everything look brighter. And I do want to make the model a bit grimdark, so I will be weathering this a little bit, so it doesn't need to be too smooth. A bit on the collar, a bit on the head. Shoulders are important. Oops. And compared to the original model, like this model, it is already a bit brighter. So I'll work the paint in a little bit more. I'll do one more passing and that should be enough. And yesterday I was using like the palette paper was really weird. I was using the palette paper that came with the palette itself. And that stuff was just absorbing all the paint. I don't know what's up with that. And I didn't want to mention it because it would be a bit of a hassle. Oops, to fix it. But that stuff was just absorbing all the paint and I couldn't really water down the paints as much as I wanted to, so I think that might have caused a few issues. And so I went out when I got the lambing medium for today. I got some new baking paper as well, and this is a more standard baking paper. It's a bit thicker, it's a bit less absorbent, it's a little bit waxy, but it keeps the water at a much better level. Basically, it just doesn't absorb everything. Because yesterday it was just ridiculous. The paint was going straight through the other paper. I think it was like tissue more than baking paper than anything. I don't think you can actually bake anything on that. It was literally just like a piece of tissue. And you can actually see like the paint that passed through yesterday, it just went straight through. And it might have ruined the sponge a little bit as well, but it's not too bad now. I don't think it'll be too bad, but yeah. Okay. A little bit more on the head, because that's usually the area that people will focus on. Yeah, that's really cool. And I do this in the next model as well. I'm gonna put this down here. Model. I'm trying to smooth out any parts where the paint is on a bit too thick. Oops. And then to water this part down a little bit. I think it's the brush is gunking up a little bit, so I'm just gonna take this opportunity to just wash over some of the details to make it a bit smoother. We're going up with another brush layer. You can see on the shoulder pads is a little bit. It's a little bit streaky. May have a little bit to do with the paint itself, because white scars are a little bit bulky. I'm just going to smooth everything out again. It's refill some of the parts that are a bit too washed out now. Set a piece of hair. Yep, looks pretty good. And I'm going to do the Terminator now. I'm leaving the other two to dry before maybe doing another touch-up line. That's a bit much. Hello, Dying. How are you? I'm good. I went out and got some new supplies. and it was raining pretty hard outside today. It's a bit of a eventful day. I had like a parcel delivery that I was not expecting as well. I wasn't really expecting to just stream so quickly, but all the stuff arrived. So I thought, yeah, might as well. How are you? I got some new paint. So I transferred them to a new dropper bottle. So instead of using these bottles, I transferred them to these dropper bottles. And so the bottles will not drip so much when I... so all I need to do is basically drop out the paint that I need, instead of having like to fight the bottle like yesterday. So that's the stuff that arrived. And this is one of the new paints that I got that might help out with the white paint. As well as, I was talking to another streamer called Commander Mittens last night, and she recommended to dilute the non-oil, which is... where's the non-oil? There you go. The non-oil here with some Lamian medium, which should help out a lot more. So I'm going to try that today. But first, I will need to actually brighten up the whites first, because it will darken the whites when I do that. So I need to make them as white as possible. You're chilling most of the day? Oh, that's great. It's the weekend after all, that's what you should be doing. It's a Sunday for me. I'm not sure what time it is in the US right now. It should be 7 p.m. on a Saturday. For you? How's my audio, by the way? Is my music and audio okay? Because that stuff is really hard to check. I need to ask someone. Oh, this reminds me as well. I need to mod you. I need to give you mod powers. After I do this model. After I brush up this model. Remind me. Oh, thanks. I'm not sure if I should do a face cam. I'm a bit shy. But everyone is like, oh, you need a face cam for Twitch. And then I'm like, what about a VTuber? And they're like, VTubers are cringe. Erraticus. You should do the face cam. And I'm a bit self-conscious, so I'm not sure about that yet. Someone needs to talk me into it. I'm using my phone camera, by the way. I'm using Video Ninja with my phone camera. The phone cameras are generally just as good, if not better than a webcam. The issue is that they're on the battery, so that's always a little bit tricky. So if I want to do long streams, it's going to be... I'll need to attach it to an external battery. Something like that. As for my audio, I got a condenser microphone. Though the issue is that my room is not soundproof, so that may cause issues. And I'm trying to balance that out with NVIDIA Broadcast, which does have like an AI noise isolation thing. Yeah, the thing is that I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, well, I can use like a male VTuber thing, right? But the thing is that with guys, I feel like VTubers are cringe. And I'm saying that as possibly the weebiest person in the country. Like, I'm not even joking. You know my profile. You know what? You know my history, right? I've been into that subculture for a very long time. So I'm like, I'm like the biggest weeb ever. But even then, I'm like, that's kind of cringe. I feel like I'm losing myself if I get like a proper male VTuber model. If I don't use a face cam. So I think my compromise is just to use like an animal model. Right, like an animal, like a cute Cappy model. And the main concern with that is that it might attract furries. Which I really don't care too much. Like, it's not gonna be like a full-on like furry model. It's just gonna be like a rat or something. Um, because I don't like how male VTuber models all look like fuckboys. And I already mentioned this once on my Discord. Oh, a robot would be really cool as well. I might like a robot. Or I might just use my art skills and just make myself like a PNG tuber model. I just draw my own PNG tuber model. And you see how that works. Yeah. And it's really for gaming. Like, if I'm painting right now, I don't really need a face cam or anything like that. It's really just for gaming. Remind me to give you mod powers after this model, I keep forgetting. At the moment I finish one model, my hand just reaches out for the next one. Really bad parasocial problems. Yeah, I can't believe that. Wait, actually, what do you mean? People use VTuber models to put a face on their channel without having to give a bunch of their identities, so do what you think is best. I agree with that. Because people, and I mean, really have bad parasocial problems. Yeah. I mean, I do live in, like, New Zealand, so they have to fly all the way here. Then again, I do look very distinctive. I look like Wangy in real life. I'm not even joking with you. Got a bit of point. There's a YouTuber called Wangy. He does like internet deep dives, like like if there's a song that hasn't people have been trying to find out who the singer is for like the past 20 years. He covers that. He's got like several million subscribers, I think. No, Wangy. Shit, I can't spell. I think it's this. It's either that or without the H. I forgot which one it is. He does a lot of lost media videos on YouTube. It's quite cool. If you need to listen to something for like 3 hours, his channel is really nice. Because he'll go into like a whole investigation about how there's some music that people have been trying to find for like the past 20 years. And that kind of stuff is a lot more interesting than just internet drama. Yeah, I look a lot like him in real life. It's mainly the hair. I would say I look like a buffed version of him, but I haven't been working out for the last year. So, yeah. I need to work out, man. I got too much stuff on my plate, though. I got all my Discord children to feed. Oh! Yeah, that's probably it. It's been a while. Yeah, it's just Wang. It's just Wang. I could tell if it's an exclamation mark or not. I mean, don't Spanish people put it upside down and shit? I don't know, I'm just talking out my ass. Oh, yeah, Windy Goon. I haven't watched Windy Goon for a while. Yeah. Oh, I get yeah, I get what you mean. Alright, I think that's whitened up enough. I need to do something. I keep forgetting what I need to do. There's something on my mind. Oh, mod powers. Yeah. Alright, give me a second. I need to figure out how to work Twitch. You gotta be patient. This is my first time. I need to. How do I turn you into a mod? Yeah, Wang is great content. By the way, dying inside, I'm going to say a reference, and I'm not sure if you're going to get the reference. Actually, no, I'm not going to make the reference. Would you like a contract with me? Madoka, become a magical girl. Oh, it's actually really simple. It's just literally one button. Mod dying inside. There we go. So you should be a mod now. However, I'm not sure what my mods can actually do. So don't be irresponsible. I'll look into it later. If the spammers come in, you can try and delete them. I'm not sure what your privileges actually are right now. It shouldn't be too crazy because Twitch is like, I think they're fairly responsible. So yeah, I haven't had any real issues, to be honest. It's just the random people that come in who tries to sell stuff. Oh yeah, that's reasonable. As long as it's not like delete channel or anything like that, that's fine. Because that would be pretty bad. Okay, so I need to freshen this guy up. I'm gonna add another layer to him. Make him as bright as possible, and then see if the method that Commander Mittens told me would work out. Yeah, I don't think they would do that, but you never know. So I'm just saying that just in case. Yeah, Discord one kind of confuses me as well. I'm very lucky, like touch wood. Nothing crazy happened there. Because my Discord is an open Discord. And the worst we've had is like people going in with the fake gift cards. We haven't had people going in posting inappropriate things or trying to bring politics into random shit and all that. So I feel like I'm relatively lucky there. And to be honest, I don't even know how like some people get their Discord like completely, like how some of their Discords just turn into a complete wreck. Just my theory is that everyone likes the content on that Discord. So they're like, all right, we better not shit where we eat. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised myself. Honestly, I thought when they did the bans, that would be like the end of everything. Or at least that would just be the height of everything. And I'll be honest, if I actually do more than anime models, I would probably get a lot more viewers. I mean, not viewers, a lot more supporters. Because there is like a big spike whenever I do non-anime models. Like when I release like a semi-realistic model, or even just a realistic model, there's always a big spike that lasts about 2 months. And I'm always really surprised by that because that's outside of my niche. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that too. I was thinking about that because a lot of the stuff, right, aside from the commissions, a lot of the stuff initially were just stuff that they're just characters that I like. And I did not want to make characters that I did not like. So I had the feeling that if I'm forced to make characters that I don't like, then what's really the point to everything? Oh my god, dude. I'm leaving the furry stuff to, I'm not gonna do that for 2 reasons. Because there are some creators who's more specialized into that, and that's pretty much their bread and butter. And I don't want to, affect that. Not that I'll definitely do like a much better job of it, but I think it will affect it. And the second reason is the reason that I stated before. It's not really something that I'm into. So I do not want, I do not want to spend too much time on models that I will not personally enjoy. I'm gonna wash my hands. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, yeah, let's get some base colors on. Ah. Yeah, it's much brighter now, so... And I really need to... I really need to make sure that I don't use up the entire wet palette like this. It's a bit of a bad habit. I mean, if I can try, and if I have the time, I can probably do it, but the thing is that it's going to take a bit of time to figure out. If other people can do it, I can do it. Whoops. If other people can do it, I can do it, but it's just going to take time to figure out, because there are small nuances that might take trial and error. And right now, time is a bit of a constraint, because I'm trying to do several things right now. So, right now I am trying, the stuff on Discord. I've got a YouTube channel, I'm doing Twitch, I'm doing art, so it takes a bit of time to figure out. And also, there's a reason why I haven't been posting a lot lately. And that is because... That's because it gets too hot in the room. when I'm working with VAM right now. For some reason, that program will launch my 4090 into like permanent overdrive, and that thing goes over like 80 degrees. Celsius, by the way, not Fahrenheit. And it becomes really uncomfortable in the summer. Yeah, it makes my room hot as shit. Like, do you have the same problem? Because if I describe the steps to porting, it's not actually that bad. A lot of the people give up due to like the simple ergonomics of the program itself. Because like all the manual, like I have a pretty decent computer. Like the manual will start lagging and everything if you try to access it. And it just turns like trying to work with it into a minor nightmare. It just turns into like Starfield. It's like the loading screen in Starfield. It just keeps like chugging up for no reason. Like you open the menu and then it will freeze up. It does like a micro freeze. And then you close the menu, it'll micro freeze again. And then you switch to another tab, it'll micro freeze again. Yeah. I'm hoping the second one will fix it, but there's not a lot of progress with the second version. I won't even like try to defend it. I think it's a Unity issue, to be honest. It's the older version of Unity. It's not so much just loading, it's all the small stuttering that the game does when you're trying to open menus, like as a creator. Can't tell if that's a rubber suit or not. Yeah, I think it is. And personally, I don't think Vamp 2 is going to come out for some time. It was like vaporware at this point. Alright, sorry about that. I had to concentrate for a bit to get the trims working. It is going a lot better than yesterday. Though I think that's just mainly due to having a proper palette today, as opposed to yesterday. And this brush is going to drive me insane soon. The line's straight enough for what it is. Man, this is some nerve-wracking stuff. Trying to hit the lines properly on the white model. It's not even pin washing, it's just straight up. I don't know what to call this. Daredeviling? I think it went a little bit over. If it goes over, it's fine. I'll just cover it with some corrects before the shading. I just need to get the actual lining in properly. I'm dying, are you still there? Mods, I need you. Is the music is the music audio okay? Can it be louder or is it too quiet? Oh, you can hear it? That's good. I'm going to try and set up a audio Docker for the next stream. Basically, it means that I can play the audio louder and it automatically decreases the sound when I talk. So the periods where I have to concentrate will not be so awkward. but thanks for letting me know. It's one of those things that's really hard to check. Even if you use recording in OBS, it doesn't really come out accurately. The elevator. Does it really sound like the elevator music? I need to get some better music. What music do you guys like? You want some Nier or FF14 music? Oh, some country music? Or wait a minute. No, I'm just joking, by the way. Why do you not like country music? Oh, shit. I slipped up a bit there. Yeah, never mind. Sorry. Why do you not like country music? I sort of like country music. What's wrong with country music? Is it because it plays too often, where in America or something? I kind of find it like interesting. It's a bit special for me. All sounds the same? Oh, okay. It's fair enough. Okay, so that's one shoulder up. There's a little bit of a slippage near the top, but from the front it looks alright. I need to do the other shoulders, but I'll try to get some music for you guys. This will be a nice segue. 1 second. Alright, let's try this one. I'm not sure if I'll get a copyright, but whatever. Lo-fi? Yeah. There was the other lo-fi that other people liked. And it was specifically marked as like copyright-free, royalty-free music. And then I played that on my first and second stream, and I immediately got like a strike. Not like a strike, but I got like a demonetization on my channel. And they muted VOD. Yeah. How's the music now? It's I think it's Final Fantasy music. It should be a bit more immersive. At least it's not elevator music. Ow. Hit myself with the light. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can do that too. But like there shouldn't be a need to at that point. Whoops. No, it's good. There shouldn't be a need to, right? Because I thought it was royalty-free music, so... And it was like my second stream. And so I was like, yeah, I shouldn't really need to do that. I know how to split the music because I have a podcast and we use like different tracks for the podcast. So we could edit the volume and like noise cancellations and everything on that podcast. But it's a little bit annoying to set up, and I thought it wouldn't be needed for, you know, just freaking music that's supposed to be royalty free. So, yeah. That's my excuse. Now, if I was careful, yeah, I would do that. You're totally correct. No, yeah, I get it. But, yeah. Companies tend to overthink things. And it's like, the thing is that with copyright, it needs to be enforced equally. So it really doesn't take into any consideration how egregious the copyright is. It must all be enforced, otherwise it'll like create a crack in the copyright, basically. And Warhammer had an issue with that, like the hobby that I'm enjoying right now. They had an issue with that with Games Workshop. So they basically came in and they struck all the fan animations and a lot of the fan work for copyright reasons. And one of the reasons cited, which is actually legit, was that if they don't strike it, then the copyright becomes unenforceable in the future. So, like under intellectual law, if a company knows that this is... Oh my god, this is... I went way over here. So, from like a legal standpoint, if they know about an infringement and they do not enforce it, they may actually lose their copyright. Or it becomes harder to enforce in the law itself. Like within a legal battle itself. But I completely get what you mean, it's so stupid. And people absolutely hated Games Workshop for that because they killed off some really good fan animations. Like imagine killing off fan animations, like fans who put in like not even days, like actual months of their lives making fan animations just for free to promote your product. And then you're like, no, I'm going to ban you instead. Yeah, that was really shitty and they got like so much hate for that. And I feel like a lot of that is just, you know, the lawyering department trying to keep themselves relevant. You know, doing stupid shit to keep themselves employed, pretty much. Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in real life that doesn't need to because, like, a random department decides to try to, like, make themselves relevant. Not make themselves relevant, but, shit, I'm trying to concentrate while I'm doing this black room. Trying to keep themselves employed, basically. And it's entirely stupid. I think HR is pretty much the prime example right now. Not right now, but in general. Oh my god. Yeah, that side of the shoulder did not turn out so good. By the way, how's the music? How's this FF40 music? I think it's a bit lighter, less elevator-ish, a bit more chill. I know there's one more part that I need to do before I clean up the whites again. Need to do the handle. Okay, that's good. You know, the funny thing is that I haven't actually listened to the music that was playing. I just saw it was royalty free and I threw it up for a stream. And then noticed nothing happened, so I thought, oh, it must be alright. I mean, that's how it usually works, right? I don't even know if I want this, like, facing to be in black. Let's try it out. This black and white as the theme for this army. So I might as well put the casings in. That's a bit too far. I want to keep that in Iron Breaker, Iron Warrior. But the rest of this will be in black. Yeah. That looks... No, that does not look okay. It looks really patchy. So we'll go through it a few times. That looks okay. I need to clean up the sleeves a bit. that's about it. And I'll do the trims for the other models. Any dark parts I didn't do. The crest is actually in gold. I did not know about that. I've been painting them in black in every single model, and I looked up the color scheme again yesterday, and it's like, no, the Aquila, the chest icon, the eagle thing, has to be in gold for this. And I'm like, shit. By the way, Dying, what games do you have? We can try playing a game in a few days. Or maybe next weekend. We can do... If you've got Monster Hunter World, we could do Monster Hunter World. We could do Helldivers. We could do... What's the other game called? I said Monster Hunter and Helldivers, right? I don't think BC Day is co-op, so we can't do that. Yeah. What other games do you have? Not really recall. Oh, do you have Space Marine 2? Yeah. The 2 I said. Risk of Rain. I'm like out of my FPS like zoomer phase. If I was 5 years younger, I'd love to play Squad and like all those kind of games. But I'm out of that phase. I'm more like on the comfy third-person shooter phase. Like, for some reason, Helldivers just feels really comfy. I cannot describe it. Can you guys see this properly? Alright. Let's go centered properly. That's what Risk of Rain is? Wait, really? I thought it's like Squad. I mean, we could always go back and try Tarkov and live out my old sweaty days. Wait, that's not the Risk of Rain I remembered. Wasn't Risk of Rain like based in the Vietnam War and all that? Oh, dude, we should do World of Tanks. It's technically a free game, which I have. No, World of Tanks, sorry, War Thunder, War Thunder. Yeah. Oops. Not too bothered by these slippages. Get most of the black on and I'll fix it up later. As long as it's thin, that should be fine. Never had interest in Tarkov, but it's so interesting. I don't know about now, but I played it when it first came out, for the first 2 months. Oh, dude, that menu soundtrack was excellent. That menu soundtrack was hype as shit. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that's not good. Have to patch that up later. Whoopsies are bad when you're painting a Terminator model, and these things cost a buck. Sure, can fix it later. And make sure that the paint that's on the main side is nice and smooth. That's what's important. Right now I can fix the trims properly later. You lost interest in War Thunder when you... Yeah, that happened. I play tanks mostly, and you had stupid stuff like Cold War tanks being in World War II. It's not historically tiered, it's tiered by capability, I would say. I can't tell where the trim ends at the bottom of this pauldron. I think I hit the right spots, but the line is not too straight. Because a bit went over. Yeah, it should be better now. Alright, so I was concentrating. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, we could try Helldivers next week. I think that's an easy game to get into that most people like. And they added a lot of content as well, so I want to check that out too. I think I'm like 3 or 4 patches behind. Let's do the casing. No, I just stopped playing Helldivers for a while after, I think it's difficulty 9. People started getting too sweaty. Like, I remembered around difficulty 7, people were still doing, like, funny emotes and all that. And then around difficulty... like, once you get past difficulty 7, people will, like, yell at you if you're not doing things optimally. I remember there was this really angry, like, I think he's a Russian or Eastern European guy. He kept calling me gay because I kept following him around because there's like a stalker, or there was like a stalker following him, and I was trying to kill it off him. And I'm like, dude, I'm trying to help you. Stretch. I like painting these weapon casings. It's very therapeutic. It's quite stress-free. Just after this, I need to go back to painting the trims. Okay. Coverage is not the best right now. I need to give it another go. Instant ramen got me on the phone. Damn, you're dedicated. Thanks. What toppings have you got for your ramen? Are you gonna make it fancy or just having base ramen? Just base? Oh, okay. Fair enough. It's gonna sound really weird, but I like tuna in my ramen. Canned tuna. It's super quick, and for me, it tastes good. Let's see. Whistle and chips? Hell yeah. I'm kind of jealous you guys have easy access to Mexican food. By the way, if you're watching me streaming, I'm going to be talking about food a lot because I like food. I talk about food as often as I can because I like making food. I'm pretty much the chef of my family. Oh man, that reminds me, like watching like food documentaries of people going to Mexico, and I always get like really jealous because like the guy will walk down the street in Mexico and there'll be like absolutely awesome like soft tacos, like what's it called, like pork carnitas I think they're called, in soft tacos, and they're like, oh, how much does this cost? And the guy's like 50 American cents. When in New Zealand it's like specialty food here, so like even a soft shell taco would be something like, I don't know, $5 US or something like that. No, actually it'll be 8. I know it's 8 because I was looking at Taco Bell the other day for Uber Eats, and they were doing like a buy one get one free thing, and it was 850 New Zealand dollars, which is about, yeah, that would be about $5 US per taco. And I'm almost entirely sure that's a ripoff, especially if you're hearing about this in the United States. Okay, hitting most of the spots here. This will be in Lead Belcher. Sorry if I keep banging my head into the camera. I'm trying to lean in to do these trimmings. Some of these spots are a bit hard to hit. I'm like tilting my head around the camera just to get a closer look as I try to hit these spots here. To be honest, the spots aren't really that important for the bolter because I'll be going over it with Lead Belcher again. But for the parts in black, I at least want to get like a proper coating. How much is a taco for you guys in the United States? Like, just in general. It's probably going to cost more like if you're in New York, I guess. Way too much, like in New Zealand and when I was living in Asia, like that stuff is specialty food. That stuff costed a lot. Like it'll be priced up there with the cost of like a pizza. I need to take a closer look at this. Okay, I need to fill this in. Oops. From where? Like from, let's say, Texas, or maybe, I don't know, like in general. Like, because no way it would cost as much as a pizza. Because for reference, a Domino's pizza would be about $10 for like a value pizza, so it's like a Hawaiian. Whereas a taco, it costs about 8, so it's very close. And that's in New Zealand dollars, by the way. Oh man, this one. I'm gonna attempt it anyways. And I'll go over and whiten. So, how bad can it be? Oh no. Yeah, I'll go over it and white again. So that should be fine. Like, not covering it will look even worse, I feel. How inflation screwed you guys? It's $2 to $5 a taco, depending on where to get them. Oh, that's actually quite a bit. It's about 1/3 to almost a third more. Wow. Like $2 would make sense for me, for you guys. Yeah, any more details? Now for Star Phantom, the head should really in black, but I do like the white popping out a bit more. So I'm going to leave it at that. And the weapon casing, it's alright. I'll be going over it in lead belcher again, so I'm not too worried. Power cabling will be in lead belcher. Oh, the buckle, yeah. It should be in black as well. I've added too much black. Something like that. And I'll clean it up a bit later. And let me check the knee pads. I'm pretty sure the knee pads are in black as well. Yeah, the knee pads are in black as well. So I need to paint up the knee pad in black here for the Terminators. Man, the Terminators are really fun to paint. They're so big. I'm like tempted to go out and buy some more of these guys because of how fun these guys are to paint. Can you guys see it if I put it closer? No, that's too close. don't even see why people would get like full Deathwing army. Yeah, this might be a bit tricky. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, sorry. I bumped into the camera again. Oh, should be it. It went over a little bit, but it should be fine. Any more bits that I need to do? Let me check the color scheme. There's no cloth or anything, so it should be fine. Stretching my back. Wait, how did it get black on the fist? Huh. Curious. I'll just cover that up later. I'm gonna clean up my brush a bit before moving on to the third model. Third model. This is the Sergeant, I believe. Oh, I need to connect the power for my phone. I'll be right back. Alright, good. It was critical at one point. Got this guy next. Out of the power armor. Look at this. Alright. Without these spots. You're stuffing your face, but you're still here. Yeah, I know. You gotta eat after all. You can't eat and type at the same time. This is gonna need some cleaning up, I feel. Some of the black is overflowing. Ramen with queso chips. Yeah, when you're hungry, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. I got like 4 days of old mac and cheese in the fridge right now that I would eat if I'm super hungry. I might actually have some after this stream. I haven't actually eaten yet. I bumped into camera again, sorry. It's a little bit hard to see where some of the bits end, some of the details end. I might have overbased it a bit. I'll clean that up later, but I think some of these went over the edge. But that's what you get when you're dealing with black on white. After this, I need to do uh, the buckles, actually. The buckles might be... Oh, for this one, I haven't painted. I see a bit I missed. I do this now. Missed a bit here. These will need some cleaning up, but that's fine. Go back to this one. Um, Adding a new layer to these rubbery bits. The buckle. Not too sure if I actually had to do that. It feels like a bit extra. Um, do the weapon casings, and then I'll do the trims. Oh, let me check if the music is triggering. Sorry, let me check if the music is triggering copy strike or anything like that. No, it looks fine. If it's good, I'll just keep this music. At the very least, it's better than elevator music. Okay, that's about done. You don't hear any music? Um, that's not good. Let me check. Oh, yeah, it paused itself. It did a thing where that YouTube did a thing where it says that you weren't doing anything. Are you sure you want to keep watching? So yeah, I need to keep an eye on that. I'll just play again from the top. Are you still watching? Yeah, that. That's so annoying. I need to figure out a way to turn it off. I think there's an add-on somewhere that fixes that. Though there are a lot of add-ons that fixes YouTube, but YouTube like disables them. I think ad block's a big one, and the other one would be video recording softwares. No, I think they show you ads even with YouTube Premium now. That's what I heard. And yeah, it's a lot. It's a screw you amount of money. And the worst thing about that was that they advertised like a downloader for YouTube Premium, and I did try out Premium for a bit, and the downloader does not download anything to your hard drive. Basically, you still need internet to watch the downloaded file. It just goes like kind of cloud server or something. It's crazy. And they show you ads anyways. There'll still be stuff popping up. Not to mention like the other ads like sponsors. Oh, what's the app? For me, I use JDownloader. I'm not sure if that's the app you're using. Because sometimes I need video clips when I'm making YouTube videos. Hello, Crispy Bacon. Crispy Bacon. It's doing alright. Just doing just doing the first base layer right now. Doing the black trims. How are you? Oops. Yeah, as you can see, sometimes the black trims don't go where they want. Or where I want. They kind of spill over a bit. Yeah, I read what you wrote just now, dying in a bit. Just focusing on this edge right now. It's like a big... There's a piece of dust sticking out. That's... it's distracting. Companies don't realize that taking the financial costs out on the customers will bite them in the ass. I don't think they're thinking that far. I don't think they're thinking in such a meta way. And I think at the end of the day, they're doing that, especially with YouTube, is that there's still people paying for it. They're just going to see how much people would pay for a YouTube Premium first. Just chilling, just roaming around Twitch looking for people introducing 40k content as I'm trying to digest as much of it as possible as I'm pretty new to the hobby. Oh, well, you're in the right place. Is there anything you want to know about the hobby? It's a pretty big hobby. There's a lot of stuff to digest. I have been around the hobby for a while. I'm not a super good painter, but I have been reading the lore for 20 years. Though funnily enough, I'm not really good with the new lore because I came back around 8th edition and some of the newer stuff, I'm a bit confused myself. But stuff like the older lore, I'm pretty good at it. If you want to discuss anything, or if you've got a question on where to start the hobby as well, I can give you some pointers. Because I feel like 40k has a lot of approaches to the hobby. You could start with the tabletop game, or you could just start with the books itself. Some people don't even follow the lore, they just like to paint the models. Diane said, like with Amazon, it's $16 a month, but you get a free Twitch sub. Yeah, Amazon is great with Twitch. That's what I heard at least. I don't know, I only started streaming 4 days ago. I think for 40k it's just good to take things slowly. Don't try to devour too much of it at once. especially on the like miniature side, because you'll be spending a lot on it, and it's not necessarily ideal. Um, Black rooms are almost done on this guy. I'm not sure what his sheath should be for the color, but I need to paint up the weapon casing for the pistol as well. Marines are alright. You see, I like it when they don't give a shit, but nowadays, they seem to give too much of a shit. Like, it used to be that Marines act really autistic, and they don't really care about, like, the normal person that much. They just care about their own thing. Which is what you're saying. I might have misread what you said. But nowadays, there's like this switch where everyone wants Marines to be their daddies. Like in the memes and everything. And so, I feel like they got humanized a bit too much. But that's just me. And now the custodians are the... And now the... sorry. And now the... And now the custodians are now the autistic killing machines who don't function very well socially. Because like in the older lore, well, I mean like in the newer lore as well, like people are instinctively afraid of a space marine. Like if a space marine is standing there, people will not feel safe near them. And that is a physical and like almost a spiritual thing. But nowadays, they're kind of like depicted as like this comfort blanket. I'm not sure that I enjoy. I mean, they're quite honorable as people. Most of them are quite honorable. They do live through like a warrior's code, and they do make good friends, like with Yarek and Halbrag. But the normal person would see them and they'll just absolutely freak out. So I don't know like what... I'll be frank, I don't know what some of the comics are really on about. Some of the memes and some of the like the whole Daddy Marine sentiment is about. I personally prefer them when they were a bit standoffish. Um, this one is about done as well. I might just color in the middle of this buckle, because I feel like trying to highlight it is just going to be hell. And it's behind the knife anyway, there's like a shadow behind it. I'm not going to think too much about that. Oops, there's a bit of black that spilled over. Yeah, that's fine. Is there anything else for this? I think the blacks are in the right place. It's a bit messy, but the blacks are in the right place. And so, I'm going to move on to the other color. I'm going to move on to what should I move on to? I feel like I should move on to the gold. Should I move on to the gold? Yeah, I can move on to the gold. Where's my gold? Oh. Did I not let go? Oh, dang! You there? Go pick a color. Which gold do you like? It's not really gold, but I want like a yellowish color. Which one do you like? Retributor or Screaming Bell? Which one? Left or right? I'm dying. I'll give you like, I put this here. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about this. Yeah, which yellowish color do you like? Do you like the one on the left, or do you want like the one on the right? I'll try to position this as I get a drink. Either one will work. They both work, so no pressure. Which one do you like? Left one is more golden? Alright, let's do that. This just goes onto the icon on the chest there. So for the chapter, it's golden in color. So both works. Thing is, I cannot decide for myself either, so I'm just asking you. It's a democracy. That might be a bit too much paint. That's definitely a little bit too much. I'd have fix it on the other pass. Alright, it's a little bit messy, but it's there. I'll just touch up the edges again with Corex White, and it should be fine. I just don't want to hit the black trim by accident, though. That would be pretty bad. Like that. That's pretty bad. That's the trouble when you're working with black and white. It's a lot of touching up. thin this part out a little bit too. Because I had a bit too much gold on there. I'm just gonna thin this out. Alright. Just a bit. Touch up the side of the skull and I'll wait for it to dry. This up, put this one back in. This is the naughty model, like this one's the one where I get like a lot of issues. Where I made a lot of issues. There's lots of oopsies. So this one will take a bit of touching up afterwards. I think the base of the skull needs a bit of gold, and actually the top here as well, the edges. Oh, loose bristle here. It's a loose bristle on this brush. Might cut it off in a minute. Yeah, one more. I'm gonna cut off that loose bristle. There's my scissors. Oh, loose. Enough. Much better. As I said that, there was this bit that just went way over the line. Doesn't really matter. Just touch it up later. Yeah. So that's one done. No, actually that's two done. Now, this one about. This one I think I layered it on a little bit thick. A little bit patchy. Now for the Terminator. Terminator. This is the important one. So I'm gonna clean my brush a bit. Love my Terminators. Now do the other side. Just gotta take it nice and steady. It's almost like a dry brush, almost like a very slow dry brush, where you're just dragging the brush along the edge. When do I plan to play Missy Day? It depends. When does Monster Hunter come out again? 28th? So I have about a week. Is it a long game or a short game? Because that runs into the issue where I talked about earlier, whether I want a face cam or not. Because that's one of those games where I probably need a face cam, right? Or some kind of an avatar. So basically, when I figure that out, I'll probably play it. It's a bit messy, I might need to touch this up. Didn't really add water to Retributor, but it's not flowing too well right now, so... It's alright. The outline can do some work. The edges can do some work. Is it a bit blurred? Yeah, there we go. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I see patches of white still. Probably go away when I shade it, but I try to hit what I can. Because it's my first new Terminator model. Sorry. And by first new, I mean my first of the full scale, true scale Terminator model. I painted a few before, but this Terminator is very fun to paint. Right off of that, get some fresh gold paint. The underside of it. Is that too much? It's a little bit too much. It's gone over the edge of it. But I think it's generally alright. A mosquito just bit me. Holy crap. On my elbow. Gonna add a bit more paint. And let's do this. The Crux Terminalis. I'm trying to keep the model in focus while I'm painting this. If it goes out of focus, just Dying, do your job. Dying, here's your chance. Go get him. Yeah! Woo! I should get like a sound effect for that, like whenever one of them comes on and then you just swat them. What should the sound effect be? Just an explosion? Like an explosion, you know that GIF where, that GIF or GIF? With the cat, like, getting thrown across the screen? With the explosion in the background? Like, it's not like an actual cat getting thrown across the screen, right? Because that'd be cruel. But it's just animated that way? I'm not sure if you've seen the meme, but we could try that. I am new to the whole Twitch thing, by the way, for the other people watching, so some things are still being worked on, like alerts and all that. Is this out of focus again? Or does that out of focus? There we go. It looks a bit better now. Maybe test something. If I lift it up like this much, will be so this will be out of focus. Be focused around here. So give me a second, guys. I'll try to fix the camera for you, because it's not very fun to watch an out of focus painting. Like, it looks great right now, right? So if I lift it up a bit, sorry about this. I'm just gonna put like here. And if I lift it up here, it'll be better. I lift it up here. Yeah, so I think it's a lot better now. Great. Hello, other people. You can chat. I swear he's at me. I'm not mean. I'm never mean. I'm very nice to everyone. Move the lights. But not too much. I do like the black and gold. It looks very serious. Okay. Let's get a bit more gold onto the eye sockets on the skull, and I think that's it. That would be very nice crux terminalis. Obviously I need to patch up the black a little bit, but yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah. Gonna compress my spine. Now I need to paint these without hitting too much of the surrounding whites, hopefully. I think gold is always really relaxing. GW made a really good and really nice gold paint, I feel. It smooths very well. Flies very smoothly. I do have a Custodes army that I need to paint. I may not paint them gold though. I'll paint them as like a darker, like silver with gold accents. I think I had it written on the screen. Yeah. Some Dark Soul inspired Custodes army. More gothic in their coloring. So I think that will look pretty nice. So next I would paint the knee pads. Yeah. That's a bit of paint on my brush. I need to spread it around. It's a bit strange right now. My bitrate keeps saying it's unstable, but as far as I can tell, the screen does look smooth. And OBS does say it's going at least 6,000, so if there are any issues with the stream, just let me know. If it's a bit choppy, I can maybe restart OBS or something. Ooh. Yeah, that's fine. It's not too much homework. Nothing wrong? Yeah, that's what I thought as well. It's just Twitch being temperamental. Because I heard apparently if you provide too much bitrate, it will say it's unstable, even though technically having more bitrate means that it's more stable. Because it's set to, I believe it's set to 6,000 on default. Does it look on camera? It's not too bad. If I can get the shading done properly today, it will look quite good, I feel. That would really depend on the shading, and that's where I really want to get to today. Okay, that's the gold for... Oh, look at the buckle. Staring at me right in the face. I was like, why does it look a bit weird? Looks like it's missing something. So for the next layer, we have... The next layer, we have... I'd say we have the lead belcher. The lead belchers on these. I might leave this time. It generally doesn't really look that good. So lead belchers on the holster. Maybe on the helmet, just for these bits here. The ear pads. The back of the casing and the canister. And the bottom here. This one I would do in Screaming Bell. Excuse me. Get something to drink. I'm not sure if hot chocolate is the best for getting rid of a cough. I'm not sick or anything, by the way. I've just been talking for a while. Alright, let's get started. Enough waffling. Iron Warrior. Ooh. A bit more. I moved the Iron Warrior paint into droplet bottles off stream. GW bottles are pretty suboptimal. Just lather this on, it's not a technical paint to use or anything. It's not really a technical area either. Just put it on smooth as you can. I'm gonna move this away. I'm done with this. Bit of paint on the side. And it cause issues. The other side. Oh, I need to paint this part first. Keep missing out small parts, like, oh, it's time to do the next part, and then I'm like, wait a minute. Still a little bit left to do. The phone is shaking, it means my head smacked into it. I keep trying to lean in a bit more, just to check out what I'm painting. And I need to form the habit where if I need to lean in, I need to lean in at an angle. Otherwise I hit the camera. That's a bit too much paint. So right now my head is leaned in, but it's like tilted at a 45-degree angle. Doesn't really hurt or anything, it's just something to remember. Like, hey, there is a camera in front of you. A bit messy, to be honest. And I do see a little bit at the end there that's not covered. Whoops. I'm gonna try and fix that. I dilute this slightly. Just hope I can slide the paint on. Like here, without leaving a blotch on the white liner. There. Okay, let's do this other side. That's a bit of pain. That's why I need to use dropper bottles, because I just keep plunging my whole brush into there by accident. The big dip. I think there's a bit at the bottom that I'm not hitting. Like at the end here. Music stopped again. One moment. I'll fix it now. One momento. Alright. What's going on with the music? Oh my god, why is it playing an ad? Sorry guys. I'm gonna pause this. Why is it playing an ad? Okay, here we go. So basically I have the music hooked up to a YouTube browser in OBS, and it doesn't have like an ad blocker. There has to be a better way to do this, but that's the way it is for now. Thanks for letting me know, by the way. That was way too early for like a music stop as well. I think I only reset the music half an hour ago. Is it trying to make me go back to watch an ad on purpose? I wonder. I think there's a grenade here somewhere that I need to paint, but I can't find it. It's excess that I need to wipe off. I think that's it for Lead Belcher for this model. I'm not going to do the funnels, it always looks bad. Yeah, that's about it. I'm going to move on to the next one. The Terminator. Oh, this is another joy to paint. The cabling. They're not too, whoops, it's not too close to the actual body itself. fun model to paint. What a happy little man. Like these spots here. As long as you're careful with them, you're fine. Like it's look at that, look at that, look at how something popped up, sorry. Yeah, look at how fun this is to do, just wiping your brush along. I believe this goes into the back of the arm here. And then just do the bottom of the cables. Quite nice. And I'll do the inner inside. Oops. Yeah, that's my head again. I'm sorry. The inner inside of this cable. I wonder if I should paint this section here in Beltran. I might leave it in white. I think it will be more striking that way. And these machinery struts, let me look at my reference photo. The terminators for the star phantoms. So they are left in white as well, so that's alright. That's good. Do these panels. To get more paint. Probably will need to retouch some of the white, but I mean, I need to retouch it everywhere anyway, so yeah, I'm not too bothered by the bits that go over the edge of it. Like these bits here at the top, I'm not too worried about that. I'll just go over it with some Corex and white scar again. I plan to make this more battle-worn. It really depends on how it turns out, because I was doing this last night, and the shading step was a complete disaster. So if it comes off clean, I will try to do a clean model. If it kind of comes off a bit patchy again, I might turn this into more Battle Worn model. I'll send you guys, actually I'll link you guys my reference photo for this particular Terminator. One moment. Am I allowed to send links in my own chat? Okay, so that's my reference for this model. And I have painted Star Phantoms before. Yeah, let me do this first. For shading, okay. So for shading, I have two things that I want to try. For the first one, it's just going to be where is it? It's basically going to be watered down nano oil with Lamy and medium, and then I shade over it. And the second one would be this new one, this new shade from GW, which is called Soap Light Gray. And I'm going to dilute it slightly, even less than a nano oil, and then wash over it to get like a gradient, and then do pin shading with undiluted nano oil. And for the disasters yesterday, do I still have them here? Yeah, I tried to do nano oil yesterday on these ones, but pure nano oil is just way too strong. So I got medium today just to dilute them a bit. And then I did like a test model. This is Corex with nano oil, pure nano oil undiluted, and just turns into this. But apparently, if you add some Lamy into it, like at a 1:1 ratio, it becomes a lot better. This was a tip given to me by Commander Mittens, who's also a Twitch streamer. So I'm just going to try that today as well. So I'm planning two things right now. Sorry if I'm not very clear. If you've got any questions, just ask me. I'll try to be more concise. Okay, that's cool. Because I do ramble sometimes. I did paint Star Phantoms around 5 years ago, and that was my first army. If I planned on using any contrast paints... Oh, contrast paint. I did use Apothecary Grey last stream. So if you look at the VOD last stream, I think it's pretty much the first part of the VOD. I think the first 2 hours or so. I applied Apothecary Grey onto Lead Belcher. And that came out grey. And it took some work to actually layer up. So after that, I decided to not use Apothecary White. I used Lead Belcher base, and I dry brushed on some Corex White. And I pretty much did what I'm doing right now, where I just did the base layer. But then applying undiluted nano oil sort of just ruined everything. I tried Agrax first, because I thought nano oil might be too strong. But they were both way too strong. And honestly, I was not sure that adding Lamy and medium would actually fix anything. But last night, Commander Mittens, I was talking to her, and she said that Lamian would probably fix what my issues were. If not, then do a pin wash. Like a pin wash would be 100% perfect, but that's a lot more effort. A diluted nano oil paint, like 50% nano oil, 50% Lamy and medium, would pretty much be could work as well. How many Space Marines am I painting? Space Marines am I painting? I'm trying to count. So I have the entire Leviathan box from several years ago that I'm working through now. So I'm going to be working through about 10 Prior Blasters, 5 Terminators, the Apothecary Biologist, the what else are there? The Phobos Lieutenant. Pretty much the entire Leviathan box. And then I have some Intercessors that I'll be converting into Assault Intercessors. Because I bought the old jump packs from GW before they were discontinued, you know, the boxy ones. I bought a bunch of the sprues. I had some GW credits, and I bought like 40 of them before they became discontinued. And then, what else is there? I have a Contempted Dreadnought that I want to build for the Star Phantoms as well. I have a Vindicator that's half painted. That's for the Star Phantoms. I need to finish up as well. So quite a bit. Probably close to 50 models altogether. Oh, Tyranids, yeah. That box was really nice to split, I have to say. Usually, you would have a hard time trying to split the Xenos faction from one of those boxes, but the Tyranid models from that box was really easy to split with my hobby group. Because of all the new models. And some of the models were really interesting as well. I personally wanted to keep them, but like I thought about it, and I thought that I'm not going to start a new army. I got like a giant pile of shame. It's going to be taking a while to work through, so it would be irresponsible. But some of those models just look lovely, man. I've seen a like, it's not in the box, right? But the sorry, what the name is? Emissary? That model is... I think if you picked up Leviathan along with the Christmas box, you'd be in a very good place. Just hobby-wise. If you're trying to build up an army. It won't be the most meta army, but it'll be a pretty fun army to work on. Are you planning to paint them? For your Tyranids? Are you going to be painting them in any High Fleet colors or just custom colors? Personally, for myself, if I want to make a Tyranid army, I would paint them in Xenomorph colors. I think a shiny black colored Tyranid army would look pretty cool. Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, I do that for my Dark Elder army. My Dark Elder army is all over the place as well. It's custom, it's a custom faction army. And some of them are in... Well, I'm gonna ramble a bit. Sorry, I'm gonna ramble a bit. So when I got my Dark Elder army, when I got the boxes, I found some Vallejo fluorescent paint. And when I started painting them, I added Vallejo fluorescent paint to contrast blue. I forgot what the blue was. It's like a very kind of turquoise blue. So I added the Vallejo fluorescent medium to that, and it turned out pretty good. But then for the Scourges, I wanted to paint them in white and black and white. Because I'm not sure if you've watched Evangelion. They remind me of those mass production Evangelions, the black and white ones with the wings. So I painted them in those colors. And then I got the Raiders. And I was like, oh, you know, a Raider painted in white with like flashy red trims would look really nice. So that's in that color. And then I have my oh, and then I bought a Void, what's it called? Like a Void Raven bomber. And I thought it looked a lot like a Blackbird, the spy plane that the US used to use in the Cold War. So that's in black and gray. And I sprayed them by sub-assembly, so it looks really clean. And I kind of like that. So for my next Raider, I painted it, I sprayed it in just lead belcher. So it's like an entire clown army, basically. Individually, like if I built an army with like any one of those games, I think it would look really good. But right now, it's just all over the place. So I completely know what you mean. Sometimes an army just evokes the imagination and you just want to paint. And if you don't like it, you can just strip it. You've been painting for years but haven't ever played a game of 40k offense. I mean, do you want to? It's fine if you don't play games. It's perfectly fine. If you do want to play a game, I think most hobby stores should be able to facilitate you. And most of them are happy to run tutorials. That's more than fair enough. That's good enough. Yeah. That's more than fair enough. I mean, look at Gunpla, right? There isn't like a, you know, when you look at the Gundam kits, the Gunpla kits, there isn't any games for that, but people just like the models and they just like painting it and just like, you know, putting it around the house or even putting it on social media. That's perfectly fine. And it's just, you know, if you ever want to play a game, you can just whip it out whenever you want. And you probably have a smashing army. Your army will look absolutely great. So you got your freedom and choice there. I made an oopsie, I'm not sure if you guys caught that. It's a pretty big oopsie, but it's on black, so nobody would know, right? It'll be our secret. But have you painted a white model before? Like a black and white or like a white scar model before? Because I like to hear about people's experiences painting white models. There's always some kind of a horror story. Unless you have a paintbrush. That makes it a lot easier. I have never tried the Warhammer universe. I have painted stormtroopers for the fancy. Oh, Star Wars Legion. Star Wars Legion. Now that is a fun. Oop. Now that's an interesting set of models. In a good way, of course. I've never played that either. The store that I go to do stock them. And the models are really interesting to look at, and they're quite affordable as well. I don't have experience with them though, however. Just all of these are just in my impressions. I do have friends who went from 40k to Star Wars Legion. They do like the rules for Legion better, but I cannot say for certain. They probably did. If it's by the same company, I would not be surprised if it was like that. Why is that not going in? It does not. There we go, the paint's applying properly now. I think the brush is getting a bit too gunky. Yeah. I like how these Star Wars models, they're at a different scale as well. They're a bit larger than the Warhammer ones. I've seen the vehicles in Star Wars Legion, and those are absolutely massive. What was it, the Chicken Walker, what's it called? The AT-ST, or is it the ST-AT? That's a big model. I think it would be like, it's even bigger than a Knight model in 40k. Because I saw someone like whip that out in the middle of a game, and I was like, what the hell was that? I do like the look of 40k stuff a lot though. The Space Marines and especially the Terminators make me want to paint them. Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. I'm painting the Terminator right now. This is the one from the Leviathan box. So, if you have the box itself, it's really worth painting. It's a really fun model to work on. Especially Terminators are so large with lots of flat areas for you to play around with. And I think 40k models in general are pretty decent painting. If you don't look at the game side of the hobby, if you just look at 40k as purely a painting hobby, cost aside, it's pretty decent. The models are usually quite nice to paint on, and they do look interesting. Though not for the Forge World stuff, the Forge World stuff will make you pull your hair out. Because it's resin. I haven't painted mine from the Leviathan box, but I have built and primed them, and just watching your stream makes me think I should figure out why I want to paint them. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I do wish I'm painting them a bit better, but I haven't painted for a while. So I'm happy to hear that it's inspiring you about. I have not painted since I moved back to New Zealand around 2 years ago. I had to basically rebuild my hobby area. And, you know, basically pick the hobby back up first, pretty much. So I think for painting schemes, it's really good to like look into the lore. Some of the chapters have pretty cool history behind them, and you read them and you're like, wow, I want to paint, you know, blood angels or dark angels or you know, some other chapter. Because I feel like the stories do evoke a sort of motivation after reading them. Like for me, it'll be like the Star Phantoms, which is this one I'm painting right now, which does have a bit of history behind it. It's a bit more obscure, but it does have a bit of history behind it. So I feel a bit motivated to paint them and then bring it out onto the field. Eventually. It'll probably be like next edition before that happens because it's going to take a while. The ones I've always wanted to paint up are Imperial Fists, Blood Angels, and Ultramarines. I think in that order. I know those are all pretty basic, but I find them really fun looking and sounding. Yeah, don't mind if it's basic, it's cool. Like, if you put your passion into it, anything basic can look outstanding. And even then, it's your own hobby. Don't let people or opinions sway you. Especially for Ultramarines. A lot of people talk funny stuff about them, but I think they're pretty cool. I think everyone thinks they're pretty cool. And I've never seen anyone like put down a paint job just because of like, oh, the Ultramarines are basic. I think everyone in the hobby, when they see painted models, is just happy. So now some people will try to warn you away from certain chapters. And that would be because some of the paint jobs would be a bit harder. So for example, the Imperial Fist, yellow is a bit harder to paint if you're using GW paint. But that's about it. I don't think I've seen anyone really put other people down due to their Space Marine paint job. If anything, they're just begging you to paint it. If anything, like when people see like unpainted models, they just say to like, please paint it. I need tissue. Yeah, but if you like the Imperial Fists, if you really like them and you're up for the challenge, you know what you're up for, then go for it. And if it goes badly, then just strip it. It's fine. It's plastic models. You just throw it in some alcohol and it'll be stripped down and that'll be it. You can just restart it. It's perfectly fine. There's no deadlines or anything. Just do whatever the heck you want. I might paint this up as lead Belcher just for the heck of it. I mean, not Lead Belcher, Iron Warriors. And yellow is a bit tricky to paint if you're using GW paint. If you're not using GW paint, it might be easier. I think Vallejo does some pretty good yellow paints. Vallejo, yeah. I think Vallejo is pretty much the best non-standard paint. I mean, sorry, non-GW paint option right now. But you've been painting for a while, you should know that. I think GW does make the best contrast. I used to use Vallejo a lot, but ever since moving back to New Zealand, we're a bit far away from everything, so GW is the only paint I can really access with like a good selection. So I'm stuck with GW paint. But in terms of contrast, I think GW does make the best contrast. They pretty much came up with the idea first. And the thing is that GW's contrast is very consistent, so their formula does not change a lot. So if you're using like Army Painter, for example, I think their contrast, which is called Speed Paint, has changed formulation like 2 or 3 times. And depending on which one you start with, you may run into the issue where you get coloring layers that are not consistent because you're working through several formulations. So that's one thing to look out for. Though GW does cost a bit more, so that's another thing to really look into. If you're okay with paying GW, then there's no real issue in terms of contrast. Like, a lot of people will kind of just... Some people will tell you not to use GW paint, but generally they're quite good. It's just that they're a bit expensive. Now, their whites and yellows are pretty horrendous, but the rest are generally good paints, and they're very consistent. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, Vallejo is very cheap, right? But the thing is right now, like, I'm not sure if it's still going, but there is like a whole worker strike going on. And I don't want to be mean to them, but like at the very least, GW does pay their workers very well. Like, their paints are like 50% more expensive than other brands, but they do pay their workers very, very well. They do get lots of bonuses. Like on a retail and on an assembly level, they do pay them well. So even if the paint is a bit more expensive, like just for that reason alone, and just for the consistency, I think it's worth it. I mean, if Vallejo wants to pay their workers like a working rate, right, they'll have to increase their prices. It's probably going to end up around the same anyways, because they're all EU countries and all that. So you are right that cheapness does come from somewhere. Oh, and I missed a black layer down there. And why is there a gap? Oh no. Ah, well, it doesn't really matter. I'll just glue something. I'll just glue a cape on. I've got spare capes. GW does get a lot of bad rep that I feel like it's not deserved. And some of it is deserved. And the part that's deserved is really in the rules for the game itself. And some of their releases. But as far as their models and as far as their paints go, I think they're generally quite nice. And GW is quite a large company, so you can almost consider them as like several small companies. So it's a bit unfair to just ride the whole thing with a broad brush. This model is in need of some touch-up. Let me double check something. I need to look at my reference. Alright, so the snout does use some silver. I'm gonna stick a chain blade on their arm as well. Yeah. Yeah, next model. Hmm. That's a lot of touch-ups I need to do. I might be here for another 6 hours, guys. Dying inside is like, no, I need to go to bed. Well, tomorrow's a Sunday for you. Nah, it's fine. If you need to sleep, if you're like EP after eating, it's fine. I can kick away the bots by myself if they ever show up. I'm surprised you're still here. I was Miside last night. You were playing Miside? How do I even pronounce that? My side? Miside? My side? How would you even pronounce that? It's in Japanese by Russians. Without spoilers, by the way. I will probably play it. Because their name is trying to be a bit meta, like with the whole Japanese like name with two meanings kind of thing. I think it's made by Russians, right? If I recall correctly, it's just like a dude in a room making his waifu. Is it getting blurry again? Sorry guys, I was not paying attention to that at all. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of I'll probably play that next week, before Monster Hunter comes out. I'll think of something. At the very least, I'll just put up like a very cringe like PNG thing, if I don't face cam. Oh, the music's about to run out. We skip to the next one. What's the next one? Why is it an ad? I really need a new music listen. Sorry about the 1 second of ad I made you guys suffer through. I wonder if Twitch makes you guys watch ads, even though I'm not affiliate. Because YouTube would do that. Like, even before you're partnered. Oh, that's good. That's very good, at least. Because for YouTube, they, before my YouTube channel was partnered, they still ran ads on there. And I always found that as kind of scummy. Like, okay, you're playing these YouTube videos, but I'm not getting any of the cash because I'm not, you know, I don't have the subscribers. And, well, I do now, but not back then. So I always felt kind of like they're stealing from you whenever they do that. Or if like a video is demonetized, and it still run ads anyways, but it says you're demonetized. So you get nothing. And it's funny because the only video that I have demonetized on my channel is one, like, it's like an instruction. It's a joke video, basically. An instructional video on how to introduce your friends and family to Warhammer 40k this Christmas season. And I don't know why it's demonetized. I always found it kind of funny, but that's the only one that's demonetized out of my entire channel. It's the friendly, like, it's the family oriented one. So at least Twitch is honest in that regard, at the very least. I'm not sure. Let me double check. Yes, it is. Have you played Final Fantasy XI? Because I have. Yeah, a little bit. Many years ago, yeah. I got stuck in a rut in Final Fantasy XI. And then I never really recovered from it, and then Real Life happened, and I stopped playing. I like the concept of that game a lot. The adventuring concept. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying that you're kind of forced to make parties, but you do have stories to tell afterwards, which is quite nice. Yeah. There was not enough solo content, but some of the content was really well thought out, I feel like. I actually wish I could go back into Final Fantasy XIV, even. I need to finish Shadowbringer. But the adventuring for that was just top-notch. Even though it's forced to, like, do stuff together, the tension that it builds, like the tension that being forced to party builds, and the fact that, like, mobs will just absolutely destroy you if you're not careful, does add a lot to the game. And I didn't really get far, by the way. I'm saying all of this, but I didn't really get far. Where did I get to? I think I only really got to... what's that island called with the Mantigoras? They're called like Yotonwa something, and I remember like goblin blacksmiths wandering around. And if one of those like accidentally patrols into your whole party and you're not ready for it, it's just basically a wipe. And it's one of those run like hell situations. And that's one of the situations I'm talking about. Where there is a bit of suspense and there is a bit of adventuring going on. And then in the end, what happened was that I really needed like a chess piece for my Dark Knight. I think it's a Hawkbird, or whatever it's called. And that's basically my best in slot gear before I got my Dark Knight chess piece. And I remembered trying to buy it off the auction house. But that stuff was really expensive. So what I did was that I went to the swamp before Juno with the leeches, and I started farming leech blood. I think it's leech blood, that's what it's called. And I needed around 48,000 gills. And each leech blood would net me around 12 to 18k gills. Now there was probably a better way, but for me that was the best way because I could solo leeches. And essentially I just grinded and grinded, and I eventually just burnt myself out of the game, and I ran out of IRL time as well. I think I was starting uni back then. But I really wanted to get further into the game, but I just couldn't. My own greed blinded me. Oh, I need to paint that panel as well. I missed quite a few things. I need to paint that part black. Yeah, I missed a few things in these modes. Need to wake up. Maybe one of these days I'll have time to start a MMO again. Oops. Hit the lights. And for me, I think an MMO that I would really like to play would be a really sandboxy one. I'm not sure if anyone played Ragnarok Online. But I liked Ragnarok Online. And Path of Exile kind of gives me that feel of Ragnarok Online as well, for some reason. I might have to try that game. My god, people are so sweaty. That's very true. It's either real life or MMOs. There's no in between. In an ideal world, we would not have to choose, but yeah. I think MMOs are one of those things where you have to be like a child to really have the time to enjoy. And you need that childish imagination. You need that childish, like, attitude to adventuring, that open-mindedness to really enjoy an MMO. Like, once you grow older, there won't be enough time to play. And your mind is too illogical to just bridge the suspension of disbelief through some of the stories. Or did I go over the paint here? A little bit, yeah. Yeah, you need the free time the child has, and you also need like the innocence where you look into a fantasy world and it's like, wow, it's a fantasy world. I've never experienced this. You know, that open-mindedness that a child has for that magic to really set in. Like if you play an MMO when you're an adult, you're too skeptical, I feel. You're too skeptical of everything. You don't have the time. You don't see it as like another life anymore. You don't have that sense of imagination anymore. And it just doesn't, it's just lacking something. I need to change out my water. My water looks like this right now. You got too much stress as well. Like when you're a kid, you can really fully immerse yourself in an MMO. Like you can just go home and you'll be like, hey, I want to go to, Juno. It's time to go to such and such island. But when you're older, it's like, well, I'm doing this adventuring, but I should really be doing my textures right now, so I don't know. I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do. You got other things in your mind, like rent and all that. So if I ever have a kid, I really won't stop them from playing an MMO, unless like it ruins their entire life by them like not doing the homework and all that. That would be a bit serious, but I mean, kids don't really go outdoors nowadays, so you might as well just learn your social. You might as well just learn your interactions, social interactions in an MMO. Like, screw it. Have your adventuring. Have your safe virtual adventuring. A Valo? What's Valo? Don't be a League player. I've never played League, so I don't know how bad that could be. Tell me about League. Like, for me, League is just something that people spend a lot of money on skins. That's it for me. Valorant. That's just Counter-Strike. Back in my day, we don't have these special cooldowns. We don't have these fancy outs. We just get a gun and we shoot, and that's it. We have the direction key and the shooting key. I've never played any of those games. My innocence has not been ruined by the likes of them. Isn't the OG MOBA Defense of the Ancient stuff Dota? I'm gonna do like an act play to my own mod. I'm pretty sure that the first MOBA was Defense of the Ancient, which was a StarCraft custom map. And then Blizzard got really, really ass mad over it. And then the people who make Defense of the Ancients make League of Legends. Was that how it worked? And then did Blizzard take the rights to Dota and then make Dota 2? I forgot. I don't follow this. It's not a genre that I follow. Now, if you want to talk about Warhammer 40k lore, I can indulge you in quite a bit, but yeah, you're gonna have to school me on that one. Yeah, I have. I've played Space Marine 2. Though I haven't played for a while. I'm about 3 patches out of date. So the last time I played was before they added in the new Bio Titan game mode and the new difficulty game mode. So that's about, I'd say about 3 months back. I do quite enjoy the game. Let's get a little bit repetitive though. And it's a little bit clunky, but overall I think it's a good game. I think everything makes you want to paint more. At this point, you should just go grab a brush and start painting. Just paint along with the stream. Yeah. There's nothing quite like painting while watching another person paint. And then chatting to them. It was either that or listening to lore channels or ebooks for me. Yeah. Hobbying along with the stream. You don't know nothing. What do you want to know, Dying? I can explain things to you in a very convoluted way because probably to address whatever you want to know about, I need to address like 5 other things because that's what 40k is. But do ask. I do like to try, and maybe one of these days I can explain things in a more direct manner. How long have I known you for now? I've known you before I moved. 2 years before I moved. It's been some time. No, but you're getting it from me. The betrayal. So this is how they felt in Istvan 3. Yeah. There really isn't a good place to start unless you want to start at the very beginning, which is not ideal. I would just go to a faction that you like. If you want to read, right, go to a faction that you like, and then read the codex. If you don't want to read, you can go to a faction you like, and then listen to the lore video. Because all the factions interact with each other, and the puzzle starts to fill itself up when that happens. Oops. It's like building a puzzle piece, basically, and as you need to put a piece down first, basically. So the piece that you put down first might as well be the one that you're interested in. So in this case, I believe you like the lore behind the Primaris Marines, as in how they're made, or what they're for, or what they are. Because the whole thing with the Primaris Marines started in like 30k, when after the Great Scouring, I mean after the Horus Heresy, there was the Great Scouring. Yeah, and then it was around the Great Scouring when Rabute Gilliman basically commissioned Belisarius Cull to make these upgraded Marines. And so you would get situations where how should I put this? Yeah, so you started recruiting around 30k. So you had situations where you had like Marine aspirants who are recruited from like 30k, and then they were worked on to become Primaris Marines, and they show up again in 40k. And they didn't always exist, yeah. So they became mainly operational around 41k, 41st millennium, end of 41st millennium. Actually, no one knows because of the Chronos drive. But, yeah. And then you had, like, the first Primaris Marine, who was, like, called Alpha or something. It was basically a mishmash of a bunch of gene seeds. I'm kind of okay with the Primaris Marines, I just don't like how GW handled them in terms of the model range. It was a bit sudden. If GW planned it a lot better, they could have incorporated stuff from like the Raptors from 30k, not 40k. Like the Raven Guard used to have in the Horus Heresy, they took a lot of losses. So basically, the Emperor gave corrects the Primarch of the Raven Guard some pretty important gene information, including some gene information on how to create Primarchs. And that's so he could rebuild his legion faster after the Dropsite Massacre. And so the Marines that came out from that procedure were a lot stronger and larger than normal Space Marines. So I feel like that they could have just thrown parts of that into the Primaris Marine lore to just kind of fill out what happened. So it's not like a sudden thing that just popped out of nowhere, because there has been precedence of that. Now, what happened was that the gene device that was given to Corax was corrupted eventually by the Alpha Legion. I think it was by Alfarius personally. And Alfarius really likes screwing with the Raven Guard for some reason. So, I believe Alfarius or Omegon, either one, they took away the device. So they could have just easily made it so that it was found again. Or the other half of it was found. And that they made the Primaris Marines that way. I think that would actually fall into lore a lot better. than just having random Primaris Marines pop up because of Belisarius Call. Even though he's a genius. I think the main reason for why, like in GW's mind, Cole made sense for the Primaris project was that Cole apparently worked on the original Space Marine project as well with the Primarchs. Like it was they turned it from basically a solo effort by the Emperor, which was basically like pre-8th edition lore, to basically a group effort that Cole took place with, that Cole worked on with the Emperor as well. You see, I know way too much about this shit. I'm boring you guys. My bitrate is literally going down as I'm explaining this. 1 second, let me fix this. Even the internet is dying. It's so dry that the internet was dying around me as I explained 40k. Yeah, these parts of 40k. You can't really explain 40k. 40k is too wide of a subject to really explain properly. Yeah. Have you ever seen like Reddit places where a bunch of Reddit boards come in and try and like draw a picture? And the picture turns out pretty random, but it looks kind of good. It's kind of like that. It's a patchwork of all these random stuffs coming in together. So it's like not actually one stuff that you're looking at. It's a bunch of other stuff. It's a bunch of work from other authors, from like GW themselves have a lot of creators back then. I think when GW came together, the team was like 7 or 8 people. And there wasn't like one person who worked on the entire Senate. So you had a lot of influences. Oh. Well, okay, I gotta stop doing that. That just... You patch that up with white later. Keep saying that, but... I keep saying I need to patch it up with white, but I never do. Yeah, I need to get these base layers down so I can really get to the shading. Because with white, the shading is what really hits you. Oh, that's the wrong model. This painting white itself is not too bad. It's the blending and the shading that really trips people up. Sorry, I had the thing again. The camera again. So I'm keen to get to that stage. The other parts, like the cleanups, it's just really straightforward. It's not difficult. It's just tedious. Well, for me personally, when I was young, when I was just a child, my mom left me in the library a lot, and our local library. That did not sound healthy. Sorry about that. So our local library had issues of White Dwarf and had books of 40k. So they were subscribed to White Dwarf, and they had 40k books. And this was about, probably about 30 years ago now. So that's where I got most of my lore from, pre-7th edition. And for the newest 7th edition lore, it's mainly audiobooks. I listen to a lot of audiobooks when I'm painting. And this was before lore channels came out. Lore channels are actually a pretty recent thing. Because even around 8th edition, the only 2 lore channels that you have is 40k Theories. Actually, there's 3 of them. There's 40k Theories, what's his name? Sanctura Obscura or something like that. I forgot the name. And then there's Arch Warhammer. So there was no Luton, there was no Bricky, there was no Major Kill. So before that, I mainly did the audiobooks. And then afterwards, around the middle of 8th edition, when we had Astartes, we started getting Luton. I started listening to them just to supplement what I know. But you have to realize that a lot of the lore channels get things wrong. A lot of the lore channels really focus on the entertainment more than the lore, and they will lean in on the memes and present it as actual lore more than the lore itself. So you have to watch out about that. If you want the best lore, it's really the best is to just listen to audiobooks. But if you don't have the time, or if you're just, if you're open to being entertained, or if you really want to know about the pop culture or like some of the memes, then I guess like lore videos should be alright. And in terms of lore channels, I guess the main one is Luton. Arbiter Ian, he's very good. Arbiter Ian, if you like the Eldar side, Pancreas No Work is also very good. A part of me wants to recommend Arch Warhammer, but he's very political, so I will just warn you now. He's one of the oldest lore video makers, lore video content creators, but he's very political. And if you can look past that, he does do very good lore. So that's like a warning, in case you look into him. I'm pretty sure he started the whole Krieg phase. With how everyone is into Krieg, he basically started it because no one was like covering Krieg at all before he did like a 3-part video on it. Oh well, you see, this is only my 4th stream. Like, come on. I'm still get that. I'm still new to this like whole Twitch thing. I don't know how to show my own channel yet. You know what? Yeah, you better follow. Just smash subscribe, like the video, press the follow button. There you go. You're my 5th follower. I'm halfway to 10 now. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment by saying this. I'm like blushing right now. But thank you. I'm not the most coherent person, but I hope my passion shines through for this hobby. Thank you for following. I'm cringing and blushing at the same time in real life. No, you caught me monologuing to myself. But yeah, if you like me, if you like to listen to someone like rambling about the lore, just talking to themselves, monologuing about the lore, like an insane servitor, then you're at the right place. And I do plan to stream rather often. I've got an entire army to build. Not even one, I've got 4 armies to build. So by this timeline, it means I'll be here for about 20 years. Like at the rate which I'm working through things, I'll be here for probably 20 years. I've been streaming for about 5 hours and I haven't fully completed one model yet. That's how bad it is. It's all in 40k. I do have a monocorn demon army. You can count that as Age of Sigma, I guess. But I usually play it in 40k. I don't play Age of Sigma personally. I can, but I can't. I won't. As far as other games go, my group usually plays 40k. So with how games usually go, especially tabletop games, it's just really what your group plays. If your group does not want to play Necromunda, for example, you're not going to play Necromunda. And so my local gaming group, they're more of a 40k gaming group. So I mainly stick to 40k. I forgot to buy brown paint today. I can't paint pouches. Oh well, I'll go back tomorrow. Oh no, wait, they're closed tomorrow. Dang. When I was overseas, my hobby shop was across the road from my office. So every day was basically game day when I was overseas. Nowadays, the shop is 2 streets away, so things are a bit more difficult. No, I'm kind of joking. Not really. Back when I was overseas, it was basically literally every day. So I would go in basically with a 1,000 to 2,000 point army, go down to the hobby shop, and basically I could get a game very easily. And every Friday was basically 2v2 day. So every Friday when I was overseas, we did 2v2 games where each team would bring 1,000 to 2,000. Sorry, each player would bring 1,000 to 2,000 point armies, and we'll have teams of 2 face off each other. And this happened basically every week. It's basically the same as people playing badminton every week. Back in New Zealand, now I'm back in New Zealand. The city is a lot. What's the word? Everyone lives further away from each other, so it's harder to get a game. So I get a game in about once every month now. Yeah, so when I was overseas, I probably had about... in 8th edition, I probably had about 700 games of 8th edition. 700 games of 8th edition. 9th edition, a little bit less because I had to move halfway through. But now in 10th edition, I only had about 20 games. Yeah. I'm not over-exaggerating with my 8th edition game count, by the way, because I had like nights where I played 2,000 point games. And this basically went on every day for 2.5 years. $2,000 point game, if you're new, it can take you like 6 hours. If you have to look up data slates every single time you shoot, a round can take you an hour if you're new. If you are experienced, you can probably get a full game through 3 hours at a pretty relaxing pace. When I used to go to tournaments, I'm not a big tournament player, but when I used to do, I would like, sometimes tournaments need extra players. And I'm not a real tournament player, but sometimes I can go in to fill in the gaps. It's usually about 2 hours per game, so each player would have a chess clock, and each player would have 1 hour. And after you use up your 1 hour, you're not allowed to make any moves anymore. So if you're very, not even very fluent, if you're reasonably fluent at the game, it will take you about 2 hours. If you want to relax in game, about 3 hours. If you're completely new to the game at a 2000 point, you take about 5 to 6 hours. Because some armies are smaller, some armies are larger. $2,000 points. Yeah, it's pretty typical. I think 1,500 to 2,000 points is the most typical. It depends if your scene does a lot of tournaments, because most tournaments are in 2,000 points. And if they do tournaments, a lot of people will need practice. So they rather practice at the point level, like the point range that they play tournaments in. So you'll get 2,000 point games more, but otherwise it's more common for like 1,500 point games. Most people would recommend 1,000, 5,000 point games because certain units feel more impactful in 1,500 points, and it moves a bit quicker. So in terms of what's typical, I believe 1,500 to 2,000 point games are the most typical. For beginner games, like 500 point games, you do see that sometimes, but more the case it's boarding action. So boarding action is basically a very small 40k game with some extra rules where it's CQC. You have to open doors and stuff. But the rules are generally the same. It's a bit lightened down. So if you just want to roll dice, right? I think boarding action would be quite nice if you want to just get started. Like 500 points would just be, I think, about 20 marine models, somewhere around there. I think that's a good place to start. And boarding action is very, very chill. You just bring in a bunch of models, and most of us would be drinking if we're playing boarding action. If the premises around allows you to drink, we will be drinking, and we'll just be having dudes running around the corridor, rolling dice and shooting at things. But it really depends, like case by case, by the local hobby shop. So try to find one that's close to you. Try to find a few even, and then just drop in and say hello. Just take a look around, because each shop does have their own gaming culture. Okay, I need to fill in some games. And if you tell them that you're new, most shops will accommodate you. So they will steer you away from people who are very competitive. And by the way, don't worry about that. Don't worry about people competitive players trying to bully you or anything like that. That's looked down heavily upon. Most people are very nice and chill. They'll help you out if you're new to the hobby. Or if you just want like a casual game or something, most shops will be happy to provide that experience. keep saying I need to fill in some gaps, but I forget where those are here. I mean, not fill in some gaps, touch up the blacks. But, you know, words are hard. Yeah, they would be happy to help new players. That's really what the shops are there for. They will help you navigate around, like how to learn the games. Some of them will even provide tutorial games, though some of them may not. And if they're really nice, they will introduce some beginner-friendly players to you. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a good business decision to be helpful in that case. You know, they're not trying to chase you away, so they're going to be as helpful as possible. Ah, yes. And if you want to play a game, the second thing you need to think of would be an army builder, because you need to know how to build your army list. And for that, the best free option that I know of would be Battlescribe. And I believe they have an app. There's an app online, or you can use it. You can use the web-based version. If not, you can use GW's Army Builder. I haven't used it personally, but I think it might be bundled into Warhammer Plus. You might need to double check on that. So that can help you build your army list as well for a normal 40k game, or even a boarding patrol game. And if you're confused on the rules, then you have, what's it called? Wahapedia. I'll type it out in chat for you in a moment. So Wahapedia is basically a rules resource if you're outdated with the rules, and it's free, so it would be quite useful. Yeah, it does change a bit, and there's FAQs now. So every season, which is about every 4 to 3 months, they will sometimes FAQ the point cost. Let me type it out for you. Let me... Wahapedia. Let's see... Edition. So this website will give you all the core rules. It will give you all the rules on the codex, and it will give you the points cost, along with the rules for various units. And this should get you sorted like 99%. This should be what you need. There may be some stuff that's very recent, that's not updated yet, but I don't think that has been the case. The last update was about a month ago, so everything should be updated. And then next you'll need an army builder. So for the army builder, either use the Warhammer official GW app, Or you can use Battle Scribe, which is... Let me try and find it. So Battle Scribe is free. It does need a bit of tinkering, and it's an app. So once you download it, you need to download the 10th edition rule set. It's a little bit complicated, but a lot of clicking around, you'll pretty much get it. It'll just ask you the size of the game that you're playing in, your faction, stuff like that. And then you just select all the options, and it'll tell you what you can and cannot equip. But it's very simple this edition because there's no war gear this edition. So yeah, these two things should get you helped out. Like these two things should set you up pretty well. If you're very new and you don't mind paying some money, I think the official Warhammer app should work. It should work like at a pretty good standard. It's less confusing to Battle Scribe. I think there's another paid option as well, but I have not used it myself, so I cannot recommend it at this moment. In fact, I can't even remember the name. It's like something reload or something. I cannot remember the name. I hope that helps you out. And whether you win or whether you lose, just remember it's a game. So do not be too worried about it. I'm not mainly a Turnip player, but I do know like the High Fleet Behemoth color scheme being red and blue, and then Leviathan being white and purple. That's about it. I mean, there's High Fleet Tiamat, which is a bit strange. No, you kind of got me there. I only know Leviathan and Behemoth. Is there a particular high fleet? Sorry, is there a particular high fleet that you want to play? Or is there a particular style of high fleet that you want to play?
Getting hitched on the ditch was Captain Kev's idea. Good on you, Skipper.
The Leviathan colors are nice. I do not know whether... I don't know why they're different colors, to be honest. It's probably more of a GW marketing thing. But I guess in the lore, it's mainly just like them evolving a certain way. Like, if you wanted to really make sense, right? Like, they should really just give all the Eternists, like, camouflage. Like, natural animal camouflage. So, you know, they don't get shot when they start running in. I think the actual reason really is that GW wants special colors to market their turnips. I mean, if it was me, I'll just paint them all as xenomorphs. I like the xenomorph color scheme. Just run them all as dark and then do like a glossy varnish over it. Oh, the music stopped again. There we go. I hope it wasn't playing an ad. I think they should just paint these pouches in black. Let me check the color scheme again. I'm certain that their pouches are in black. If that's the case, it can save me a lot of time. I've definitely based my models. Let me show you. Where? So, I like using... It's a bit dusty because it's been on the shelf. This base is from AK Interactive. I have the thing right now as well. 1 second. Yeah, this is what I used to base from AK Interactive. I base all my models with this. And it's a big tub. It's a little bit expensive. Like you can see it's 18 Australian dollars. I got this from Australia. So this would be around 20 New Zealand dollars. So which works out to be 13 US dollars, roughly 13 to 12. But you can basically base an entire army or two with this. You just have to remember not to let this dry out. So the moment you open this, leave some water inside, like a few drops of water, and then put it in the fridge so it doesn't dry out. And then for the rim, I just use Runelord Brass for this. Runelord Brass for the rims. And that's about it. The model's a bit dusty because it's on the shelf. And this is one of my World Eater models. And if you don't mind a dustier model, this one is pretty dusty. It's been on the shelf. This is my Scar brand. I still need to paint the wings. So the wings are still in black. And the furs are still in black. Yeah. I play a monocorn army just for fun. For 40k. And the base is the same as well. And I just drew like blood for the blood god all over the base. Oh, I was going to check the pouch colors. It's mainly a style thing. So, you did bring up you did bring up a good question. So what I did, so for my fun armies, I play mono corn, and it used to be that I run like 100 of them. So what I did was that the rims are the same, but I painted 2 versions of the same unit. So these ones are like normal red demons, and these are demons in white. They're a bit dusty. You've been on the shelf. That's how I differentiate them, because I have blobs of 30 basically running around the entire board. Now what you could do is that you can do this in 2 ways. You can either paint them differently. You can have 2 different colored rims. Now the rim color doesn't really matter. As long as you think it looks good, then you know, just go for it. No one's really dictating that. You don't really have to differentiate them either. But if you're running big armies, I would recommend something like this as well, like a base tray. So you put them in trays and you move the trays, and every time you move them, you move like groups of 5 of them, and you can get different colored trays. So this is transparent, but some people will have like black trays and then green trays and then red trays, just to split their units up and to make them, like if you're playing turners, it make things easier to move. Those trays are from GW, but I don't think they make them anymore. You can 3D print them. You can probably buy them off Etsy. People 3D print them and then you can have it delivered. And you can probably get custom colors if you want. Or actually you might want to ask your hobby group first. Sometimes they have a 3D printer themselves and they might be able to give you a cheaper rate that doesn't involve shipping. Some shops are a bit like sensitive about the 3D printing issue, but if you just tell them, oh, I just want to print out trays to move my turnets around, they're perfectly fine with that. It won't clash with anything. It's just that some shops don't like 3D printed models and 3D printed bits. They're usually fine with 3D printed bits, sorry. They're usually fine with 3D printed bits, but not 3D printed models. Definitely not 3D printed trays, because having 3D printed trays actually makes game go faster. I'm gonna get a drink. My mouth is kind of sticky right now. I'll be back. Back. Yeah. I'm back. So yeah, I checked and Star Phantoms do have black pouches, so that makes things a lot easier. Saves me a few bucks too. Yes, they are very loyalist. They have some funny lore behind them though. They are a relatively old chapter depending on where you look at it from. Because they appeared in the second edition of the Warhammer Codex during the Badab War. So they were pretty much there at the start of Warhammer 40k as a franchise. And as a chapter themselves, they're supposed to be a 23rd founding chapter. But their operational records has been there since after the Horus Heresy. So no one really knows what's going on with them. And in their written story, they do not like to be they do not like Dark Angels too much. And that is because they are suspected of being Dark Angel successors, and but they do not like to be seen as such. And the reason why that happens is that these guys have a very interesting insignia. They have a very interesting chapter icon. And if you look up Star Phantoms on Google, their chapter icon is the same icon as the Dreadwing from pre-Horus Heresy Dark Angels. And the Dreadwing in the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy are basically their it's basically the chapter that's in charge of mass extinctions. They carry around the most dangerous weapons, like void weaponry and radiation weapons, and they are basically deployed to wipe out entire planets. That's what they call the Dreadwing. And they have the exact same iconography as the Dreadwing, except that the colors are inverted this time around. So the Dreadwing are in black and white, and the Star Phantoms carry the same iconography, but they're in white and black. And the funny thing is that the Star Phantoms actually have the same disposition as the Dreadwing, where they employ a lot of heavy weaponry and they do not care about attrition, no casual. They do not care about collateral damage. So they basically go in and they just blow everything up. So the mystery is that they probably had a falling out after the Horus Heresy, but people don't really know what happened. But as far as them being loyalists are concerned, they're extremely loyal. During the Badab War, they arrived into the Badab system in full chapter strength, which is 1,000 Space Marines. And incidentally, that's how they always deploy. They generally deploy in full chapter strength. And that's because they cause so much collateral damage that they do not get any support from the Imperial Guard or any other Space Marine chapters, because they get wiped out along with the enemy. And it's not really due to malice or anything like that. It's just that the Star Phantoms, they have the same disposition as the Death Corps. They're also part of the Cult of Sacrifice. So they do believe that dying on battle is the highest honor that you can attain. So for them, friendly fire is just like a sort of honor, almost, in a very twisted way. So they're a very interesting chapter. They were brought out around the same time as the Space Sharks. and they were brought out around the same time as the Minotaurs, if you know about them. But they were never really made that popular by GW. And I believe the last time they were mentioned in written lore is in the 8th edition of Space Marine Codex, 8th edition Space Marine Codex, where they did show up and relieved an Imperial Guard garrison when there was a Khorne cultist uprising on their planet. This time they were actually very cordial. They showed up, they were extremely professional, they talked to the planetary guard, and they did not cause any collateral damage this time for some reason. I don't know why, but they're not mean. They're not like a mean chapter. They're just a very like ends justifies a mean type of things. They were very nice to the local garrison. They even praised them for holding out that long. And then they basically deployed everything that they could and helped out the planet. And in terms of battle tactics, they like to use ranged weapons more. Melters and plasmas are their favorite weapons. Incidentally, melters and plasma is the Dark Angel's favorite weapon as well. So you can start to see where the connections are coming from. And it's not that they like ranged weaponry in particular. They just see it as the most efficient way to get the job done. So it's an efficiency thing more than anything. And they said that they'll just be as they'll just happily go into melee if the need arises, but they do not, like in particular, look for like honorable duels or anything. They just want to get the job done. Oops. Oh, and the funniest part of their lore, and I'm not sure if you heard of the Marines Malevolent, which is another chapter that causes a lot of civilian casualties or collateral casualties. But the Marine Malevolence does it like on purpose. The Marine Malevolents are not evil, but they're a lot more callous, and they're known for civilian casualties. And the funny lore bit is that there was a battle that happened, and the Marine Malevolence got almost wiped out by the Star Phantoms through a friendly fire incident. Through a friendly fire incident that was not exactly too friendly. So they made the Marine Malevolent taste calmer, basically. And a lot of people joke that it's like the Marine Malevolence kind of deserved it because they do that so many times. Oh, and the funniest thing was that after the friendly fire incident, the Inquisition did not censure them for almost wiping out the Marine Malevolence. Because even they found it pretty funny and fitting. Like, it's like a level of karma there. That's pretty funny. I think for one is the paint scheme. The paint scheme is very difficult, but it's very striking. And I do like their no-nonsense approach to everything. And I like that their lore... Because the issue with their lore is that their writer died. They were a chapter created by Alan Bly, who made the Imperial Armor books. And also, he also directed the first few Horus Heresy books. He basically made the Horus Heresy books happen. And so this was one of the chapters that he created for GW. And I always liked this layer of intrigue where they could be like this larger... Sorry. Did my... Okay, music. So I was just checking the music. I always like this like layer of lore where they could be part of like the Dark Angels, but you could not really tell for certain. But at the same time, it's very heavily implied that they are. But unfortunately, the story was not developed to the point where it was told for certain because the author passed away. So the author, if you like the Krieg armies, like the Siege of Rex, if you like the Space Sharks, if you like the Minotaurs, it's all Alan Bly. Mostly Alan Bly. They were mostly his ideas. Oh, and their rules in 6th edition was absolutely awesome, by the way. So in 6th edition, they had special rules which allowed them to do two things. One, because they are so firepower focused, that they could bring Devastators as normal line infantry. Which is funny because usually you can only bring 3, but they bring in 6. And the second is that they are allowed the twin link rule when they deep strike in on any turn. So their entire tactic was just to show up in drop pods, like mass drop pods, mass like vehicle assaults, but mainly drop pods for the purpose of that rule. And they will just do a massive first strike, where they just come in, they come out of the drop pods, and the entire army will get twin linked when that happens, which lets you reroll for hits. And it was honestly a bit funny when you have like 6 Devastators, the shooty guys, and like at turn 1 they just all show up somewhere in these huge drop pod assaults, and they all get rerolling hits. The strap I might keep as like a brown, but I've played them before. I've played them in around... I played them once in 6th edition, but I had a really small army back then, so I had to proxy a lot of stuff. I played them in 8th edition, and I played them around 9th, but not too much because I started playing like World Eaters as well. And I started playing mono Corn Demon armies, like the ones that I just showed you. And so, because that was my first army that I started again, coming back into 8th, I built a few new models, but then the white color really got to me. I couldn't figure out how to paint the white, so I stopped painting them, and I started playing World Eaters for a bit. And then after World Eaters, I started playing mono Corn Demons, and then I started playing Dark Eldar, and then I started playing Grey Knights afterwards. I went through a lot of armies. Is the music good? Should be alright. Good play. Vapor lo-fi vaporwave. Just go back to the first one. Sorry, that's not. Sorry. Okay. Let's go back to normal Final Fantasy XI music. I don't know how that vaporwave sounds like, but the picture looks a bit funky, so I don't want to risk it. Yeah. Hey. I'm gonna do the and the pouch on this guy. Okay. So I can clean up the whites, and I think I'll start shading. Ooh. Yeah, that's true. You're in a role, and then suddenly, yeah, I get that feeling. Especially for some of the more complicated models. Oh. Off to the camera again. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna clean up the white panels, and then I can start shading, which is the main occasion of the stream. That's the main thing that I want to find out in the stream, is how the shading works. It could go really badly, and then I would just lose a lot of progress. Or it could work really well, and that will be the way to go for the entire army. Let's start cleaning. Let's do this one first, because this one is... Why is my camera so hot? 1 second. Oh. Okay, this should be a bit better. I'll zoom up. The camera was really hot all of a sudden, and I need to see what happened to it. I should probably throw away all the water as well. Might infect the white a little bit. Wait. Alright, so why is it so dark? Alright. Just a bit more. I need to wash out the water. Because we're dealing with whites now, and I don't want dirty water to get into the paint. Get some new tissues as well, might as well. Alright. smooth out the color a little bit. This part here, any other parts? This part here. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Glad that you asked. Let me try and find it. So I printed out some water decals and some 3D printed decals. I'm trying to find my 3D printed ones. Second. Right, here they are. Found it. So these are 3D printed Space Phantom logos or decals. And these go on to, I paint these and then this will just go onto the side like this. And I also have water printed ones for vehicles. Yeah. And for most chapters, they should have one online, even for pretty obscure ones. Like if they have ones for Star Phantoms, I'm sure they'll have one for other chapters or even other like factions. So you need to go online if you have the files, and if your shop has a printer, or if you know a printer, you can just find a guy online sometimes. Then you can probably commission to do. Sorry, you can probably commission them to do it. Yeah, hopefully that's good enough. I might touch up a bit of the black. And then go back and touch up the whites. God dang. Oh, good. You forgot something. Alright. Really nice. I might touch up some black again later, but let me do the whites first. It's basically a very tedious process of going back from white, from black, from white. Not too bad with the Terminator, I just need to fix up the shoulders again. Let me fix up the shoulders, sorry I bumped in the camera. Yeah, the main test would really be in the shading. So if the shading goes badly, I'm gonna have a cry, honestly. Okay, like, if I put in this much work and then the shading stuffs up, I'll be really upset. I think if I remember correctly, the way I did white on the Stormtroopers was basically what you have done here. Then rush with non-oil and go back over the white for highlights. Yeah, that would be the worst case scenario. So right now, or at least one of my models, the plan is to just brighten it up as much as I can. Do a diluted non-wash. And then pretty much hope for the best. Yeah, I'm using Lamian medium, which is the medium used for the shade paints, I believe. If you want to have like a more contrast the effect, you need to use contrast medium. I'm pretty sure contrast medium is the medium that they use for contrast. And you would want to use medium instead of water, because if you use water, it will actually like break up the pigments too much. So okay. And now I need to do the shoulders. What did I just do? I picked up some paint and immediately washed my brush for some reason. What was that? What kind of muscle control is that? Like, what kind of muscle memory does that? I'm gonna load my brush and then immediately wash it. My brain figured out that if every time I wash my brush, it means that a task has been completed. So therefore, if I wash my brush more often, it means that I have done more things. That makes sense. Exactly. Exactly, you are training your brain to think washing a brush is the goal. I mean, washing is the goal today, but I'm washing my models with non-oil, not my brush. Silly brain. Let me check about power on my phone as well. I might be down to like 1 hour of power on my phone, so I need to speed this up a bit. In case the phone dies, just in case, I'll do it tomorrow if that ever happens. So if the screen goes black, it means my phone and my external batteries have run out of power. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, so yeah, that's to be expected. If that ever happens, I will be back tomorrow, but I will get through as much as I can. I'm just telling you guys in advance. Alright. It's not like I'm running off on you guys for no reason. I actually do want to finish this today. So I'm gonna add some white scars. Layer up some white scars on the edges there. The edges here. Ooh, there's some black down there. See if I can cover that with white scar. I'm not sure if it's the layer paint's thick enough. Maybe. Maybe not. Not really. No, it kind of does. Let me add back a little bit more black because some of it got washed away from the white touch-up. Yeah. Yeah, it looks alright. Next person. The white's a little bit lumpy. This weird bit of a lump over here. Take it off. I need to check what's happening with my music. Okay, let's go. Let's go acting a little bit funky. A little bit funky. A little bit chalky. Not as smooth as I want it to be honest. Oh, why is there black on the helmet? Oh, I guess that's gonna be a battle scar. Okay. I think mostly it's good. It's just really the shoulders I'm worried about. Okay. Alright. Definitely last step before I get to the shading. I need to touch up the black again. And then we can get to the shading. And we can see if the payoff is good. We'll see if the payoff is worth it. Yeah, my power's holding out still. So I just want to retouch some of these areas here with the black. Very carefully. Yeah. Okay. If anyone is interested, I'm using Black Templar contrast for the trims, in case you're wondering. So it's not going to be as harsh as Abaddon Black for the base coat Abaddon Black. This is contrast Black Templar for the trim. Just touch up the bit on the back of the knees. Yep. No, it's better than before. I'm not gonna risk it. It's a pilot for this model. And then for this model, okay. This one is a little bit more messy, but I think once it's shaded, it'll blend the lines together, and it should be okay. So for this one, I'll be testing out the non-oil, diluted one. Diluted non-oil. Just because of how much blending this one probably needs. Oops. So I keep bumping into the camera. I'm leaning forward a bit. Okay. And the Terminator. Is there any bits that I need to patch up? Maybe a bit here. Just a bit here. That's about it. Let's boot it. I mean, I can probably hit the back of these with some white. Where does this last time I want to do this? I swear. I see that massive blob. I see that massive blob of black and I can't help myself. I'm just going to touch it up now. While I can. I'm not trying to put this off on purpose. He says it's... He says on the second to last time. I know, but that's how painting works. Like, you see, you constantly see like a bit that can, that you know, you can just touch up a little bit more, and it's always a little bit more, a little bit more. It's kind of like chaos, a little bit more. Just do this, do this one extra thing for me. Come on. But for real. I'm already rushing it a little bit. For reals. Alright, for real. For reals. Do I need anything special? I want to do the Lamian and non-oil wash first, and I think that's the one that you guys are most curious about. So for that, I will use the one that's a little bit dustier, the one that needs blending the most, which I believe it's this one. Yeah, I think this one needs blending the most. And so, I'm in medium. And I got my non-oil. And I need to go to the toilet, I'll be right back. Hey, I do need to pee. It's been 6 hours. Where should I mix my shade? I'll put my shade here. If it lets me open it. There. I think it's a brush cleaner. No, I shouldn't put it there. 1 second. I'm gonna drop the water here. And then I'll use this dish. Because I do want a proper container. Oh, this is very nice. Scrapes off the paint. Very cool. Okay, so it's approximately 1-to-1 ratio. That's what I was recommended. So I'm gonna add 2 drops nano oil. And I'm going to add, shake this a little bit, and I'm going to add 2 drops Lamian medium. Did I add another drop of Lamian medium just to be safe? It still looks pretty dark. I'm going to add another drop. Because I can always add more, but I cannot take away. So I'm going to add another, extra drop, just to be safe. Yeah. So, for the people that are curious, I'm going to apply it now. And it is quite thick. Yeah, it's much thicker than diluting with water. It's almost like blood consistency. I add it to the back, see what happens. Oh, this is quite nice. Yeah, I dig this. In fact, I think I should be using a bigger brush. Yeah, I'm gonna use a larger brush. What do you think so far? Yeah, I think this works. I do like it. I need to make sure it doesn't pull anywhere too much. So here I need to just wipe it down a little bit. Wipe it down a little bit. I'm glad this works. I'm so happy. The whole days of struggling. me make sure I hit all the details. I'll do a proper noun oil wash on the weapons, like a proper noun oil wash, so it's not too diluted. I still want the proper noun oil effect on the weapons, so yeah, I'll go back for those. But for this, the white armor panels, yeah, I totally like, yeah, I like how this looks. And I need to add a bit more. Oh, it's the wrong one. That's the wrong one as well. Where is my actor? No. So I'm gonna add 6 drops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 4 drops of noun oil. I'm adding a little bit more Namian than recommended, but I think it's working out. 2, 3, 4. And I need to make sure I don't apply too much of it. I need to make sure it doesn't pool too much on the surface and only on the recess.
Hakuna Matata.
To infinity and beyond.
I am Iron Man.
This is the way.
You got to reach the heart.
At last, the long wait is over.
With this week's Macca's deal, get a Big Mac small combo plus a cheeseburger for $9.
This might be too much. No, it's not. It's alright. As long as it gets into the face grill, I'm happy. Wipe a little bit of the excess away. It's coming out alright. Once I shade and highlight the weapons, and then paint the purity seals and all the other details, I'll be quite happy with this. The eyes and all that obviously need some work. Scrape a little bit of this away from the space area, is pooling a bit. There we go. Getting some on my fingers. I let this dry off a little bit, but I'm overall quite happy with this test. I may try like an extra drop of non-oil. Maybe. But not really. Because like the recesses here right now that you're looking at, I can just dab a bit more in and it'll be fine. So I don't think I need any extra non-oil. I think any extra might darken a bit too much. Oh, I need to shade his balls. And thank you to Commander Mittens for letting me know of this nifty trick. She's actually quite a famous painter on Twitch. She's very good at her work. And she she did tell me to do this. She did recommend me to try doing this. So I'm really happy that it worked out. I'll let her know tomorrow. She comes online. Oh yeah. I don't even need to highlight that much. I just need to work on the other details. Like the head and all that. Oh man, imagine screwing up the head now. Like, doing all this work and then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do the eyes and then just... And I like this method so much, I might even leave the other type... I did say I was gonna do it. Yeah, I will do it. But I will... I will shade the Terminator now, this way. I feel like this can't be beat. This is like the safest and... this is the safest and best looking method I have right now. So I'll just do the Terminator in the same way, with all the excess non-oil and all that. So for that model, I did 2 drops... Sorry. For that model, I did 3 drops Lamian and 2 drops non-oil. But for this one, I might try a 1-to-1 ratio. So it'll be... I did 4 drops just now, so I did 4 drops here. 2, 3, 4. Because I feel like I can get away with a darker wash for my Terminator. Give it a nice stir. And I'll do the back first. So this is a darker wash with more non-oil. And if things go bad, I can always spread it out a little bit more and then add a bit of Lamia now. Just that the Terminators, they themselves are more veteran, so their armor can be like a bit darker. Because I feel like in the Star Phantoms chapter, the more veteran stuff have a darker hue. Especially for the Dreadnoughts. The Dreadnoughts are like dark colored, like black colored for some reason. Which kind of fits in with their chapter belief, where they're cults of sacrifice, so the closer you are to death, the more venerated you are. Wiping away some excess here. I really like how this looks. Oh man, this Terminator. Yeah. Make more ramen.
Ahead. Who's gonna help me with my contact lenses?
Something clicked in my head. And what it was my kids were able to tell each other that we love each other and be there for each other. I'm just not carrying the level of rage that I used to carry in my life.
Ooh,
And
look
they
how
can
good
see
this
that
looks.
and they know that and they trust me now enough to come back in. And you know, for me, that's a big one. It's just gaining their trust back.
Sorry, an ad is playing on YouTube. I'll skip it. Sorry about that. I'll fix that before next stream. Yeah, I think it pops a lot more now, right? You just need to wipe away some of these excesses. Excesses for Slanesh, not for Imperials. Yeah, this works. So if anyone here is curious as to how to shade white, I think this is quite a good... I think this is quite a nice way to do it. 1 part Lamian with 1 part Nano. For comparison, if you don't dilute it, I have a comparison model from yesterday. This is what happens. So this is undiluted non-oil on Corex White. Let me try and focus it properly. Just for reference, because I think it's educational. This is Corex White with normal non-oil, and this was the major oopsie that I did yesterday. So this one will need to be stripped. And this one is Lamian medium with non-oil. And as you can see, it's a mild difference. It's still a little bit dusty, but you do get that nice recess. I do like how it's flowing into the panel on the top here. And I will try to add a little bit more so I get more paneling in the front. And on the top. Sorry about that cough, by the way. Very sorry. I'm gonna take a sip. I'm just going to dab in a bit on these panels, and hopefully gravity will do the rest. I'll work off some of these excesses as well. Oops, okay. Move that one. We might as well just do it on this as well. I mean, it's not full non-oil, but still going to help the shading. And if it's not enough, I'll just add proper non-oil in the butt. That's pretty good. I'm going to experiment a bit for my next model. I'm going to use, what's it called? Soap Light Gray for the shading. And then do a pin wash of non-oil on the recess panels. Oops, yeah. We'll put this here now to dry. And I'm going to have a look at my previous model. This is the first one. And this one works with Lamian at a... what was it? 3 drops to 2 drops non-oil. 3 drops Lamian medium and 2 drops non-oil. And yeah, it does provide a bit of shading. It's a little bit patchy, but I'm okay with it. As long as it flows into the recesses. Some of the panels I can just clean up with the, what's it called, white scar. And some of the panels, like on the shoulders, I will put the 3D printed insignia on there anyways, so it'll be covered, so that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly natural. Some of these panels like here are probably just highlighted a little bit. But overall I'm quite happy. Just as long as I hit the panels, I'll be happy. I might give this like another, just a pin shade, pin wash. And I think it'll work out very well. Like if it's on the tabletop, for example, it's not fully painted, but if it's on the tabletop like this, right, like, oops, you guys can't see. If it's like this on the tabletop, yeah, I think it stands out a bit, especially after highlighting. Okay, so put a bit on my hands. I might have accidentally wiped off some shade. And so with this one, this is going to be a bit risky, I feel. That's going to be with Soul Blight Grey. And to be honest, this is a lot like Apothecary White, I feel. This is Apothecary White. This. And this is Soul Blight Grey. And this is a lot more grey, this is a little bluish. And this is runnier. You can tell, like, if I put it in like this runs down a lot faster than this. So let's see how this goes. Let's see how this flows. So with this, I'm hoping to get some kind of a gradient. With the Soul Blight Grey, I'm hoping to get a bit of a gradient. I'll do it on the back first. Honestly, it's not too bad right now. Like, just looking at it right now, it's not too bad. It feels kind of like the same as the Lamian mix. It's just the recess parts are not as dark, I feel. So I need to watch out with the pooling because it's not as diluted as Nano. I mean, not as diluted as the Lamian diluted Nano. This is gonna sound crazy, but I wonder what happens if I mix non-oil into Soul Blight Grey. And then get some Lamian medium. I think it's a little bit thick. If I put in too much at once, it's going to get a little bit sticky before I can actually spread it. No. Just personally, I do like the non-oil mixture, just because it gives you a bit more time to work with, due to the medium. And it does give you a bit of that option to shade, to shade the weapons as well, because that extra bit of non-oil would work a bit better with the weapons. But I think overall on white panels, this really isn't that bad. I'm gonna add a bit of Lamian in, just to see how it works. So Lamian medium on Soap Light Gray. Oops. It's dry, don't worry. And I'm gonna add 2 Soap Light Grays per 1 Lamian. So I added them 2 drops here. Mess. 1, 2, 3 to 8 drops. 4 drops. It's a bit much, but let's see how it goes. Yeah, that's the right one. Yeah. This should just give me a little bit more time to work on the shade itself before it dries off. With Lamian, the consistency is a little bit better, but we lose a bit of that recess. That recess paneling. And the main thing for me really is that the Imperial Eagle doesn't look quite as cool as using non-oil. That's really the main thing for me. Like, if you're going to be shading, you're going to be wiping down everything, and you really want to get everything in one go. So you want to hit that as well, right? Wouldn't you? So if you're going to hit that, you might as well hit it right. And you might as well use non-oil. But it does add like a pretty cool, nice like burnt effect on some of the panels, which is like for an Infernal Squad guy, yeah. I think that's okay. Because he's using a flamethrower. So some grayness is to be expected. Like if it's a vehicle, I think I'll quite like this, because there won't be like that Imperial Eagle thing in the way. Or if it's like, even if it's Eldar, like a white Eldar army, I think this will look quite nice. But for my specific Marine that I'm painting today, not quite there. The non-oil method, non-oil diluted with Lamian edges over this. I'm gonna wipe away some excesses. It's mainly user error, but to wipe away some of the excess and leave as much of the paneling as possible. So, if you found this informative, do drop a follow. I will be painting more. Oops. Yeah, I'll be painting more in the future. I've got like an entire Star Phantoms army to paint up, so if you're curious about painting white paints, or if you're just curious about weird experiments in general, I do like experimenting with paints. Do drop a follow. Sometimes I play games as well. And I do like talking about 40k. Yeah. Oops. Off the camera. Once you scrape it off, it does work. Alright. It gives like a pretty cool, like, grimy look. Sorry about that. One thing that I do dislike though is that it kind of fades out the black a little bit. So I feel almost obligated to go over this with non-oil again. And I think I might do that, because the other Marine, I want him to have a bit of a darker look. So I might just go over both with a bit of non-oil. Dryness check. This one's about dried out. So if you like a more weathered, better look, I think this does look quite good. After some edge highlighting, I think it will look pretty decent. Especially some weathering as well. The important part is seeing some of the white coming through and getting some of the paneling down. Also, like here, I'm not too worried because I still need to color in the purity seals. So I will be touching that up anyways. But areas like here, I will have to maybe... I might get a sponge. Yeah, I'll get a sponge with some white paint and sponge on some scratches. So it's kind of like reverse painting. Alright. Almost put them in the water there. We're like, no! None oil.
Sunday only, bounce in for enormous savings at Briscoe's one-day sale. There's 20 to 60% off store-wide and massive doorbuster deals, like 60% off all duvet inners and up to 60% off all air fryers. Hurry, today only.
Oh,
at
sorry, it's
Briscoe's.
playing. How do I stop it? I'll fix it next stream, I promise you guys. The music is very important to me. So I will fix it by next stream. I'll probably move on to like a Spotify system instead of a YouTube system. Just doing some spot shading. Not quite a pen wash, but a bit rougher. Bit more shading. Yeah, that's around there. If it's too much, it's going to be... If I add any more, it'll be too much. And I clean up the edges a little bit. Yep. If it's a bit dark now, it'll become a bit more pale later. Like with previously. Some shade to my Terminator. One moment. This panel kinda bugs me. This panel right now bugs me a bit. I want it a bit darker. Like, I don't like how everything's really dusty right now. So I'm just gonna add some blacks back in. The blacks look a little bit faded out. I'm just gonna add it to the edges and the vents. You can tell that the black just sticks out a bit more, especially the whiter color. Stretch. I think in extreme I will be... But I continue working on these guys. I should. Or I can paint up a bunch of Terminators. I feel like I want to paint up a bunch of Terminators. It's so fun to paint. So I'll probably prime up a bunch of Terminators. And then bring it up to basically this level. Bring it up to basically this level. And then I'll do the highlights basically in one stream together. I think if I do some steepling, it will look really nice on the panels where the shade pulls too much. Speaking of which. On this one. It's not exactly OSL, but I do want the panels in the back of the gun to be a bit darker. For two reasons. It's harder to get to painting. And, you know, natural lighting, that's how it works as well. So it makes sense for those parts to be a bit darker. So it's a bit of a grimdark white. In the camera focus. It's more of a grimdark white, and I need to shade the gun, and I may need to retouch the color. Do down oil on the gun now, might as well. Just to get the more complete look. And I'll do the same for the other two models now. Ooh, that's close. I'm not tipping my down oil, but I'm tipping my models. I'll just brush away some of the excess here. Yep. Oop. Let's get back on. Look at that. Looks alright. Looks pretty decent. There's some pooling near the helmet. I wonder if I can kind of clear that up now. Yeah. So this is a more battle-worn. The more battle-worn Space Marine. Some parts still need to be painted on, like the details with the security seals and the straps. I'll probably just use contrast. But we're very close to done. For the eyes, I will probably paint them red, which is their color. And I'll touch up some highlights and sponge in some scratches. I need to paint the sheath as well. For the sheath, traditionally the sheath would be in black for the Star Phantoms because all the pouches are in black. But for the sheath, I need to think of something special. Maybe a brown of some kind. I need to think about that. Next, we have Mr. Terminator. Mr. Terminator, which turned out pretty nice. Stuff at the back is still pulling. This might be a bit too much. Should I touch it? No. It's kind of sticky right now. I'm not going to touch it. So I'm probably going to steeple that with some white just to break up the outline a bit. Same with her. For steepling, you can either use a brush or just get like a brush that's mashed up. It's almost like dry brushing. You get some white on there, brush it away, stab it, and then just start poking, and that'll be a steeple. Or you can just use you can use a bit of a sponge as well. That's fine. The texture is what's important. Almost got me there. So I'll just go over the gun again. And for the gun casing, I do plan to highlight the edges with a nice ashen gray. And I'll highlight the metallic parts of the barrel with lead belcher. I think these look nice, so I'm not going to touch it. But I will touch up these just to make it a little bit darker, just to make it contrast with the white a bit more. If I can't make the whites brighter, I can always make the blacks blacker. Sorry about that. Excellent. But I can fix that bit of the panel, no problem. I'll steeple it later. I'll just add some white on. A little bit of black. Yeah, and I'm pretty happy with today's results, especially considering what happened yesterday. So that's the Terminator. Some detailings will need to be added, but As long as paneling and the shading is put in, I think I can rest easier, but that's the most challenging bit. And so next we have the Sergeant of the Infernal Squad. And then we have the normal Infernal Squad. Alright. So, it's been over 7 hours. I'm going to call the stream here. If you like what I'm doing, do follow me. I'm a new Twitch streamer, but I do like painting 40k. I play the occasional games. And if you like my content, yeah, you can follow me and you know where to find me. Thank you, Voodoo Turtle, for following me today, and for chatting, and so I'm not so bored. It's nice to chat with you. And thank you for Dying Inside for moderating. We did have a bot come in, and he got rid of that really quickly. So Dying, thank you Voodoo Turtle. Thank you everyone for joining me. I've got lots of brushes to wash as well, and I need to go get dinner. Will I be on tomorrow? I probably will be. But I will be basing my Terminators mostly. I'll be basing my Terminators and base coating some of the details. And yeah. Thank you everyone. I'll call the stream here. Bye bye.